Welcome guys, welcome back. Let's continue with the next part. Very, very important class again. I can say yet another important class. Um, Important would be because as per your demand, right? You guys asking me from last couple of classes how we can integrate Jenkins with Kubernetes, right? So that's what I am going to show you today, and plus lots more things we have for and the plan for today, right? So let me start one by one, right? And how we can do these things, right? So first thing I have right now as a plan is how we can integrate Jenkins with Kubernetes, right? Kubernetes. So before I integrate, I just want to quickly summarize for everyone what exactly the Kubernetes is. Okay, those who by chance don't know about Kubernetes. So if you have a container image, let's say you have the Docker image. Okay. And if you want to run this image, and when you run this image, it becomes your entire operating system that is also known as your container. So for running the container, okay, what's first? So what is inside the container? Normally inside the container, you have the entire operating system plus your other settings and plus your app is running here. So it is like a complete box running with your app. And mostly your customer, user, your developer, testers, they are the one who always connect to your app, and that app is running inside the container. So container is a whole complete box for put your app and running the app inside this. Okay, but to run this particular container, you need certain platform. Okay, on the top of this, you can run or execute or deploy the container. Okay, so there's a multiple different platform available to that's called container platform, I can say, to run the container. Okay, one of the platform that we have seen already is called Docker platform, where we set up our own personal Docker, and on the top of Docker we run it. Otherwise, there's much more products and tool available to launch the container. Docker platform is good enough, but they don't have a lot of advanced capabilities that we normally need in the real world. Okay, what are those? I don't want to elaborate right now, but that is basic facility they provide to you. But what we need in the production grade in the real world, that is not available in the Docker. Okay, so for this, lots more tool available in the market. Let's say Swarm is one of the tool, Masses Marathon is one of the tool. Okay, Kubernetes is one of the tool, right? That is the container platform. Okay, OpenShift is one of the tool. The powerful one is, and the most enterprise one is OpenShift, no doubt. So those who know OpenShift, they know the power of the OpenShift. Okay, so but this is not what I don't want to discuss in today's class. But the most useful one that is almost been adopted by everywhere in this industry is Kubernetes. Okay, there's a lot of facility they have, creating a cluster, orchestration, and hundreds more facility and powerful things they have. Even though OpenShift is built on the top of Kubernetes only. So whatever you do on the top of OpenShift, behind the scene, they're using the power of Kubernetes only. So what is Kubernetes? It is a platform. Okay, on the top of this, you can run your container. Okay, this is the simplest definition of the Kubernetes. Otherwise, those who have done the entire Kubernetes training under me recently, guys, we have done CKA is architect admin training of Kubernetes. CKAD is a developer training of Kubernetes. So where I explain you almost everything about the Kubernetes from very zero. So those who was with me last some month back, plus those who are there in the containerized specialized training, there we discuss about this global training where we discuss about Kubernetes in very detail. Okay, but for today's practical, where we are going to show you I'm going to show you how we integrate Jenkins with Kubernetes. This much level of knowledge is as such enough. Okay, so Kubernetes is just a tool or software where you can create a Kubernetes cluster. Cluster means you have one master node of the Kubernetes and you have multiple slave node or the worker node of the Kubernetes. That's called cluster. So this is the master node and these are the worker node or the slave node. So more and more containers you have, more and more worker node you need. Okay, so on the top of this worker node and on this slave node, this container will run. Actually, a master node is a way to manage the thing, so it is also known as the Kubernetes managers. And this entire setup is known as Kubernetes cluster, and this cluster is meant to manage containers. Okay, this is one thing. Second thing is, inside in the Kubernetes world, container is one thing that is run in one box for some reason. Okay, that box is normally known as pod. Okay, even though there's some slight difference between pod and container, but I don't want to go for that discussion right now. So in this class, when I say pod, it is, you can think it is almost equals to container. Container and the pod are almost the same thing, even though they have some difference, but they are almost the same thing. So in the Kubernetes world, like in Docker world, when we launch the container from the image, that is called container. But in the Kubernetes, same image we are going to use the way we have discussed yesterday, or whatever you know about the image. From this image, we are going to launch the pod, but almost the functionality would be same what I show you in my my last class in the Docker world. Okay, so this is some basic vocabulary about the Kubernetes, right? Second thing is, but to implement this setup, you need Jenkins that we already have installed, and you also need Kubernetes cluster that we don't have right now. Okay, so we're getting the Kubernetes cluster, you have to install it. So if you want to set up and install the Kubernetes cluster, there's a multiple different way available in the market. Okay, one of the way you can use Minikube kind of software to get the Kubernetes cluster. One is called KubeADM is one of the way to get the Kubernetes cluster. One of the powerful way, okay, to get the Kubernetes cluster on the top of cloud, like AWS cloud, is called EKS. EKS is one service in the AWS cloud through which we can get the production ready Kubernetes cluster. Very powerful facilities. They provide you with all the everything what we need in the real world, they give to you. Okay, so those who wanted to know about EKS, some month back I have given this entire training from, I think it's 8 to 16-hour training just in one single services in very deep. So you can guys can go for that particular course. It is a recorded class. But today I'm going to go for the fourth way, because we don't have to do much thing here, because we are doing the Jenkins training. So one more way to install the Kubernetes setup or the cluster, there's one tool called kops. So I'm going to use this tool. So what this tool will do, this tool help us to install Kubernetes setup or the Kubernetes or Kubernetes cluster on the top of AWS. Okay, that's what this tool will do for us. Okay, so again, guys, I'm repeating today's class. This topic will be extra bonus for you, extra topic for you, but having the knowledge of Kubernetes integration Jenkins is very important. Why so very important? Because the way I explain you the concept yesterday, right? So we have created the entire end-to-end pipeline where we have set up the entire CI part till my dev environment. Then everything works fine. Then we send that image of my app to my QA environment or test environment. And if they feel after everything is working fine and great, right? So they approve maybe automatically or manually, right? And then this image of my app will move to the production. Okay, so So typically, guys, we have the app and we put the app inside the image, the Cisco container or the Docker image. And to run this image, we need some kind of container platform. Okay, so in my yesterday class, guys, we have set up the Docker platform here. I'm writing the DP here, Docker platform. Here also, guys, we set up the Docker platform. Docker platform means we install the Docker services and start the Docker, right? Or Docker product and Docker services. And here also, guys, we set up the Docker platform. Okay, but dev environment is your company internal environment, right? QA is also your internal environment. If some of the facility Docker doesn't give you or they fail something, so they're not so much intelligent to recover from something, right? So they are running the Docker platform, maybe might not create any big challenge, right? But if I want to run my image, okay, on the top of Docker platform and become your entire container, and there, that is the one place where your final client from the internet is going to interact. Now this container is your entire app and run on the Docker platform, and Docker platform is not so much mature, and they won't give you so much advanced facility that we need in the real world. Okay, so it is recommended instead we use this kind of I don't say immature platform, I can say the platform that give very limited facility that we need in the production environment. Okay, so rather than we set up this part or launch the image on the top of Docker platform, we will set up the Kubernetes here. So for production environment, I am going to set the Kubernetes. It means the entire workflow, that is also known as pipeline, I showed you yesterday, everything would be same, but in my production environment, I'm going to replace my production environment and the operating system okay, from the Docker platform to the Kubernetes. It means my finally image, after my image been approved by my QAT team, okay, my image will launch a container on the top of Kubernetes. Container is also known as pod on the top of Kubernetes. That's what, guys, we are going to discuss, right? So this is one thing, a very interesting concept and the practical. By this, you will get to know a lot of extra things also in this training. Okay, but only thing is for launching the pod or running the image, you need a Kubernetes cluster. And for Kubernetes cluster, we are going to use this product. This product will help us to install the Kubernetes. Okay. So those who by chance don't know how to install Kubernetes, they will see today how to install Kubernetes very quickly. And those who by chance know Kubernetes installation, so they will also get one more new way, okay, that I haven't covered in my training of Kubernetes. They are covered a different way. So you here also, guys, you will come to know one more way to install the Kubernetes. With the help of POPs software, and that is only as such supported in AWS cloud only. Okay. So this is my AWS cloud, and this is what, guys, the entire setup we have built. So we have a Jenkins master, okay, Jenkins master. Then we have a slave. Let me rename the slave name. So this slave would be a kind of my dev environment. Dev environment. Then we have a QA environment. Then we have production environment. So in the production environment, okay, that is also known as OS. In this environment, guys, we are running our our container on the top of Docker. So we put the images to Docker. That's not important, but the important thing is the container is running on the top of Docker. See here, this container we launched yesterday on this port number, and this container running on the top of Docker. I don't want to run this container. Right now, we can think in this way. Okay, if anybody go to my production IP address, sorry, IP address, and they can see my website. But this website is running on the top of Docker platform. Okay, I don't want to do this. So, so what I'm doing, let me delete this particular app from the Docker, and let me remove forcefully. Okay, I have no container because I don't want to use Docker to launch it. Okay, obviously, if it's stopped, it means nobody can access this. Because I want my entire production environment set up to be run on the top of Kubernetes. That was my requirement is. Okay, I believe guys you got the idea what I'm talking about. So for this we need Kubernetes. So what I want, anybody come in the production environment, I want things to be done on Kubernetes. So how the thing will work? So let's focus on this part. So how the thing will work? So I want, as soon as somebody come to my production environment or the production operating system, okay, this production operating system has a capability to launch my image on the top of Kubernetes. And Kubernetes, guys, is itself a complete cluster. And this cluster can be run anywhere in the world. So let's say we are going to set up a Kubernetes cluster somewhere here. Okay, and where I have planned to create a cluster where we have one master of the Kubernetes and multiple slave, 1, 2, 3, depend how many slave you want. The setup we have created. Okay, so let's say this is my entire Kubernetes cluster running somewhere, right? So this is my entire Kubernetes cluster running somewhere. Okay, now what I want, okay, obviously they are also connected. This is the Kubernetes. Kubernetes can also be written in this way, K8s. This is my Kubernetes cluster. Okay, so what I want, as such, somebody come to my production environment and say, I have the image created and approved by QAT team. Now I want this image to be deployed. Now it is the duty of the production environment to contact to Kubernetes cluster as the master and say, I have this image. Can you please run this image on the top of your cluster? Run the image means, can you create a code for us? Okay, that's what the duty of the production environment would be. Okay, and in this case, in this kind of setup, this entire cluster is also, you can think is like a Kubernetes server. But in this case, your production environment is again different operating system. Okay, master is a different operating system, slave is a different operating system, this is a different EC2 instance in AWS cloud. So this particular sorry, this particular system is known as Kubernetes client. So in this case, your production environment or the OS that I'm using here would be a Kubernetes client. Okay, and if you want to be Kubernetes client, you should have a Kubernetes client tool available that is called kubectl. So kubectl is a one command, like in Docker we have a Docker command to connect to Docker internal services. Like this we have kubectl command. This command has a capability to contact to the Kubernetes system and the clusters. Okay, this is a one thing. So in the production environment you need kubectl to be installed. Okay, this is the one requirement we should have. Okay, second requirement is we have to set up this entire cluster. Okay, to set up this entire cluster, step number 2, we are going to use kops as a tool. It will automatically install everything for us. Okay, on the top of AWS cloud only as such. So to execute kops, even though you can run the kops in some from other system also, but I'm going to execute kops from this environment or this setup. Okay, kops has no relation with production environment. In production, we only need kubectl command to interact. But to save the time and to save the number of instances, I'm just running kops from this computer. Okay, so from this computer, I'm going to run the kops, and with the help of kops, okay, as a tool, it will going to set up the entire Kubernetes cluster. After the Kubernetes cluster setup, then in my production environment, I will install this command, and this command has a capability to connect and log in to the Kubernetes cluster and do the remaining part, whatever you can do in the Kubernetes cluster. Okay, so so let me show you guys this part very quickly. Okay, and because this setup, when we start setting up this cluster, it takes some 5 to 10, 20 minutes. Okay, and by the meantime they are setting up, I will move to the next topic. I have so much interesting topic planned in the Jenkins class today. And after the setup has been done, then we will move to this cluster again, and I'll show you how we can integrate Jenkins with the Kubernetes. So multiple topic we have in the plan, and today is the last day. Okay, whatever things is there, according to our program, we will very easily complete today. Okay, so let's see how we can do this, right? So I am moving to my production environment. So this is my production environment. Okay, and from here I'm going to set up the from this setup I'll use to set up my Kubernetes, right? So we have some fixed command guys for this. Okay, those command lists I already shared in my GitHub repository, so you guys can also take the commands from there. Okay, so these are, again, we are not into Kubernetes training, and we are not into the COPS training also, but there's a few commands we have to run. So first command is the command through which we can download the COPS tool. Let me copy this command and paste. So they will download the COPS tool. And where we're downloading, we're downloading the COPS tool on the top of this particular system. You can use any system, that will be your choice, but I'm downloading into this particular system. Okay. There's one thing we are doing. Okay. Second thing, after download, this is software. It's been downloaded. You have to make this software. You have to copy this software in somewhere in your binaries where all the command located. So I'm changing the permission of this particular program, so I can execute this, and then I will move this particular command to one of my folder where normally all the command located. That's all. So guys, that's all. Your COP has been set up. Very simple. Download and just make it set up. Okay, this part is done. Second thing is, because same system we are going to use for Kubernetes client, and for Kubernetes client we need kubectl tool. So I'm also downloading the kubectl tool here. So I'm going to use this particular command. Okay, it will download the kubectl. Okay, and same thing we are doing. After download, we make this command executable, and also putting this command inside one of the folder where all the command located. Okay, so we have kubectl command also been set up, right? Now, because we are setting up the Kubernetes cluster on the top of AWS cloud, interesting thing guys here is COPS is a very powerful tool, right? But as a one small fact I want to give you, COPS will automatically install the Kubernetes cluster on the top of AWS. And then the interesting fact is COPS is purely built on the top of Terraform. It means if you know Terraform, okay, you can create this kind of tool a lot. Even though in my Terraform training, as we're going to start this Saturday, this kind of tool or more advanced kind of this tool, right, we are going to build by ourselves, right, from the scratch. But just for your knowledge, Terraform is built, so COPS is a tool built on the top of Terraform. So those who know Terraform, they can also build by yourself. Okay, and in Terraform, they will store some information, some storage. And in AWS cloud, if you want to store something, there's a one service called S3 in AWS. It's like a storage or cloud storage where we can store something. Okay, there's a requirement we have, and at edge region, we have to create some storage in S3. So there's a one command. Okay, and by this command, we are going to create some storage. We can give some storage name. This is just a storage folder. So linuxworld.in.ks8. Let me give a different name. Let's say this is the Jenkins Linux world. So the storage name, and we are creating the storage AP South 1 means we are creating in Mumbai, and every region has ID. So that's what ID we have given here. Okay. So guys, this error will come up Okay, because from this computer I want to connect to them other services, and this computer have no power to connect to some other services. Okay, so those who know a little bit about AWS, okay, even though I just give you very quick information. So in AWS right now we are running some OS in EC2, but from this OS I'm trying to connect some other services to store something. By default you don't have power to do so. So this program EC2 we have to give power to S3, and for giving the power we have to create our role. Okay, by the role we can give the power. That is in this error command. And how to create the role? So in AWS there's a service called IAM. With this service, let me guys create one document for you step by step. Just 1 minute, I'll stop sharing my screen, and let me create one quick document for you. Okay, so those who don't know anything about AWS, so they can follow this document in the future, so you can do the entire setup. Okay, and this setup is not only for Jenkins. If you want to practice also Kubernetes in the future, if you don't know, that is a great tool to have for the practice. Okay, so you go to this particular service. Okay, in the service you have to create some role. The role means to give power to EC2, because my instance is running on the top of EC2 service. How we can give the power? So in the left side there's an option called roles. Okay, and here I'm going to create a new role, create role, and I say I have a service called EC2. Okay, EC2, I just select EC2. So I want this service have some power, click next. And what power I want to give? So if you search for admin, okay, 1 minute, just 1 minute, just let me go back. Let me use EC2 here. Okay, and I don't want this EC2 before. Sorry. So EC2. 1 minute, please. 1 minute. Click next. Then admin is not coming here. 1 minute, please. 1 minute, please. Cancel. So in the roles, I already had, but I want to show you very quickly why that option is not coming. So I have some service. Okay. EC2, I select this. Okay, I click next, and here we have something. Let me skip this part for a while. And, 1 minute. Where is the admin? Admin is yeah. Sorry, it's a lot of things there. So yeah, let me go back again, so I don't want you to be confused. So let me show you from base starting. Click on the role, then don't change anything. I want EC2. This OS has some power. Click next. What power I want? I want to give all the powers. So search for admin or administrator. All right, something like this. Enter, and there's a lot of name come up. So there's an option called administrator access. Okay, so it give you all the power, even though it's not good practice, but again, we don't have to, we are not an AWS class. Those who is there in my AWS class, so we will discuss about the role in very detail, so we can customize everything. Okay, so this gives the entire power to my instances. Okay, so I'm just selecting administrator access, that's all. Okay, and give the role name of admin all power, some name I'm giving. This is my name of my role. That's all. That is the only thing we have to do here. and finally create. So this role has the power. So this role has been created. That's all. The only thing that you have to do in the last, this OS is running. This is a production computer. So I'll go to my EC2 where this OS is running and say, now this OS has all the power. I don't want to give all the power to all the OS, right? I want to give a power only to my production computer. Sorry, in my Mumbai, I want to give power only to my production computer. So this is my production computer. I select and say, I am going to give a power and security to you. Okay, I want to give some rule to you and then give extra power to you. And what power I want to give? So admin all, this is what we had created right now. I want this power to you. That's all. Now this OS will have all the power. From this OS, I can do anything in the AWS. Okay, that's all. So the one-time setup you have to do. Now from this OS, we can do anything. So let me run this command again one more time. Let me log in. So the command is this one. So I'm going to create one folder in S3. Folder guys also known as bucket in S3. I'm giving the folder name, let's say Jenkins. Okay. So this entire is a folder name. You can give any name. You don't have to go for the syntax. Now guys, it's been created successfully. Okay. So this folder guys, we are going to use a lot in the future. So I'm going to store this folder in one variable. Okay. So we can use this variable as when we need. Okay. So I'm going to give this folder inside this variable. Jenkins. So this entire folder as it is, I store in this particular command line shell variable. Okay, so this variable we're going to use a lot. Okay, now there's one thing, and that's all. One last thing, Kubernetes needs some DNS services. Okay, so we have to create our own DNS, and creating a DNS in AWS is so simple. We have a service called Route 53 through which we can create a private hosted DNS. DNS means, right, so to convert your name into IP and IP into name, that is called DNS services. So that's what that is the one of the need we have here. Okay, so how we can do? So here there's a service called Route 53 in AWS. By this creating the DNS, we can do it very quickly, just by one click. So and you can see after 1 to 5 minutes, we can think it will be created very quickly. So this page is going to come up. Okay, and here there's an option called hosted zones. Okay, and hosted zones, you can go and create your own hosted zone, means your own DNS. That is also known as hosted zone. Okay, so click on the hosted zone and give your DNS name, like google.com, lwn.com, what name you want to give. So let's say I want to give Jenkins training.com. This will be my domain name. You can give any domain name. So it's my Jenkins training.com. Okay, and I want to make it private. So same name you can also give because it's private to me only. Okay, so this is what we can create. And this zone I want to run where? In my Mumbai. Why? Because all of my computers and cluster also, right, we are going to configure in AWS Mumbai region. So I want my DNS also work in Mumbai. Okay, so for this, which region you want to connect, run this cluster? I want to connect in Mumbai. Okay, and which VPC? Only one VPC we have. VPC means where you're running the network. Networking part is done by VPC in AWS. So whatever one come up, give that name. That's all guys. So there's only setting you have to do. Now you have your own personal DNS configure with your domain name called jenkinstraining.com. You can give any name, but that is my one DNS configure. You don't have to create anything here. That's all. So this part has been done. Okay. To maintain your DNS name, you can store this DNS name inside this variable. So this variable maintaining your DNS name. So my DNS name that I have given right now is this one, JenkinsTraining.com. And whatever DNS name you give, that is also your cluster name. Okay, so both the things will be same. DNS name and your cluster name is the same here. So these two variable we are going to use. That's all, guys. This is the final setting we have done. Okay, and because these are the variables, and variables get stored temporary. If my system log out, the variable goes. So I'm copying this variable, and we can store this variable in a file called root bash rc to make this variable permanent. Otherwise, after a reboot or log out, you won't lose the variable. Okay, I'm copying up here. That's all. So in this file, you have copied your variable. Okay, that's all. So this part we have done. It is not there in my this particular document. So let me edit this step for you. So after this, you have to store this variable into this file. That's all. Okay, and last command, because this system is going to set up something here and here and here. So behind the scene, they will log into the system with the help of SSH, and for SSH we need some public key and private key. So in this system, we are going to set up some public key and private key, and for this we have this command called SSH keygen I'm going to use. So this will create my public key, private key over here. Enter. That's all. Let's get there. So there's a minimum requirement setup we have done, and now the final command is this one. So this command, guys, is going to create a cluster, okay, having one master and two slaves. One master and two slave, or what if you want more, you can change it. Okay, and my cluster name would be coming from this variable, the same name what we are given in DNS also. Okay, and we are going to set up the cluster in Mumbai. So this is the name of the Mumbai. Multiple data center we have in Mumbai. We are given the multiple name of the Mumbai. And in AWS, guys, whenever you launch any operating system, they always launch in EC2. Okay, now here you don't have to set up and launch any of the computer, master or slave, and this computer will automatically launched by us, by COPS. And because COPS using Terraform, and Terraform has the capability to launch entire setup. So you can see right now 4 instances running. When sometime you see automatically 3 more computer launch in this particular Mumbai. Okay, why? Because of with the help of Terraform that is being run by COPS. Okay, and when you launch any operating system, we always give the instance type. Okay, when you launch the instance, we always use the instance type. So here they are using T2 micro, T2 medium. So in our case, they are using T3 medium. They give a little bit more RAM and CPU. Okay, but yeah, this is not free in AWS. Okay, if you use this, they will charge you per hourly basis or per minute basis, depending on what charge they give you if you want to try this practical. Right? Otherwise, everything till now is free. But if you can try, with T2 micro. It's free, but T2 micro is slow. Maybe some of the part might not work. So you can try with T2 micro. It maybe work, but maybe slow also. So let me copy this command. That's all. So this command will set up the entire cluster, right? So we have changed something here. Let me check. So we are using DNS private. That is my DNS name. Okay, this is what the S3 we use to store some temporary information. So now they start. So they're using AWS cloud behind the scene. Okay, to setting up. Okay, and if you think everything what you have done till now is right, you can get this message. And this message say that now your cluster is ready to set up. It's not set up, but everything we have checked as a cops, even though they give the command also. Okay, so cops get cluster. So they say this cluster with this name is ready to set up in AWS cloud. So there's a command you can go and check also. Let me put this command also here. Okay, and if you think you're ready to launch your cluster, then they give this command here. Okay, where is the command? Yeah, they give this command here. Use this command to set up the final cluster. Okay, so I'm using this command here, and after running this command takes some time. Okay, almost 10 to 15 minutes to set up the entire cluster. And now everything is automated. And good thing is behind the scene, they use Terraform to set up the entire thing. Lots of things they're doing actually behind this, not a small thing. Lots of setup they are doing in the AWS cloud. Okay, so this is the command you use. Let me edit. This is the older command. The new command will be this. Now, there is wait and watch, and sometime if you see this message, your cluster is started. Okay, and let's say around 10 to 15 minutes, your entire cluster will be done or started. And if you want to check the live status of cluster setting up, you can use this command. They will tell you the live status. So let me copy this command here for you. So again, this is the older command. The newer command is this one. Not the newer command, this is one thing. Okay, and in the future, if you want to log into master computer as a master Kubernetes admin, then this is the command you can use to log into the master computer in the future. So let me set this command also for you. So this is the newer command. In the future, if you want to delete the entire setup, you can use this command to delete the entire setup. Okay, so this is your final document. It is there. I'll share this link to you. But let me track my live cluster. Okay. So now they say cluster is not healthy. It takes 5 to 1 more minute to set up the entire cluster of the Kubernetes. Now after this, everything has been automated. One master they are setting up and 2 slave they are setting up. None of the setup has been yet done because they are doing for you. Okay. So that's very quickly. We have set up the entire Kubernetes cluster with the help of POPs. Okay. Now let's move to the next part. By the meantime, they're doing this setup. Okay, let's move to the next part. So what I'm going to do right now, I'll show you some more facility of the Kubernetes. Okay. So let me go to my Jenkins system and let me log in. Okay. Now, first thing I want to show you guys here is in Jenkins, guys, let me create one new P6 new project with the pipeline. Okay. And we are going to create a new pipeline here. So agent would be, let's say, any. Okay, we have multiple stages. Let's say one of the stages would be that has some steps. Okay, and let's say in the step I want to run this command. Let's say date command. Okay, there's some command when you run, they run for you. There's no big deal. For example, if I run this command or this pipeline, it run for you. But sometimes there is a possibility if you run some command, okay, they fail. But again you try, they fail. Again you try, they fail. But maybe after 5 or 10 try, this command will run. There's some kind of cases come up when this kind of scenario you will see. Okay, let me first check why this error come. Because of this issue where I was wrong. Okay, stages is right? Any issue we have? So anything we miss here? Let me compare with my older code very much quickly. I don't think so. So let me check. Let's pick the code from somewhere from my last code. So we have pipeline, agent, stages. Oh, sorry, I'm so sorry. I forgot to, write the name of the stage, right? This is a test. Okay, save. So guys, there's some use cases where we have, for example, you're pulling some data from some website, and that point in time, okay, there's a lot of load on the website, and you try to pull, let's say, with wget command or curl command, okay, and that point in time, that website is busy, and you're not able to get your data. Okay, so what can you do? In this case, from where we are getting the things, for example, I'm trying to get the data from, let me write here. I'm trying to get the data from this website. Let's say I'm using curl. I'm trying to get the data from a site called lwindia.com/ttttt.txt. It's not available there. So in this case, right now, if I run this command, it will fail. And I told you guys yesterday, when this command fail, they give the exit code 1 or something else. This is called failure, and they make the step failure, and then make the stage failure, and that also make your entire pipeline failure. How can we handle the failure? We'll discuss today, but it will fail. Okay, it will fail. In this case, actually, there's they give some information, that's what they success, but let me write something else that caused this this part to be fail. Let's say I'm writing something, okay, that is not available, and in this case it will fail if they doesn't give any information. Yeah, they fail. Okay, why they fail? Because we're trying to pull this data from here, it is not available, and there's fail. But there might possibility this point in time a website is down, or there a lot of load is going on, they're right. So what I want to retry at least 5-10 times. Then I can say, after I retry 10 times, if it's not working, then I can say it's not working, so I can't download anything. So in these kind of scenarios, okay, what pipeline as a code give a facility, they give a function that's called retry function. So with the help of retry function, okay, we can write our code or steps inside the retry, and we can say I would like to retry 5 times at least. Before you conclude, it failed. So I want to retry at least 5 times. Okay. Now in this case, if again you build, what you will see when you again build, okay, you see one difference here. 1 minute, that's it saved. You see one difference here. What happened? Retry 5. 1 minute. Does it retry somewhere else? Or syntax? Let me check. Jenkins. Retry. 1 minute. So we have to retry our steps. 1 minute. I'm just saying this very quickly. Syntax. Timeout is different thing. Retry. So is it right? So what I was expecting here is they will retry this particular job, right, for this steps for 3 times or 5 times. Then they show you if they work, that's good. Otherwise, they show you it failed. So that's what the retry will do. I just want to see the syntax. I think syntax is right, but let me check very quickly. Retry. Okay. So guys, let me show you another way. I have one example already with me, but this is what, guys, the meaning of retry. Let me show you another way. Maybe this might not causes retry to run. Okay, but this is the actual meaning of the retry. Okay, so what is use case of this? If you guys remember yesterday when we were running a pipeline, Okay, so we download the code. That's what we have done. Then we build and get a package. Then this software of Java, we create our own image. Then we upload the image into Docker Hub. Okay, then in the dev environment, we launch this OS. Then we launch the same OS in the QA environment. So my QA team will check. Okay, then we test. Okay, here we was facing some issue. Okay, what issue we were facing? I had to explain you already. When you complete a stage, as soon as you complete, you automatically move to the next stage. You know what happened, guys? When this stage run, Docker say I launched the container. So as soon as the container launch, this complete step completed, stage completed, then you move to next. But technically, for Docker perspective, they launch the container. But inside this container, we are using this image, and this image has the Java application. And normally, guys, when you launch any OS or launch Java application, it takes some second, 5 or 10 seconds to launch the entire Java application. Okay, it's been Docker run within a second, but Java application take maybe 5 or 10 seconds to launch it. But we thought, or my stage thought, this stage completed. Maybe we won't see inside what is happening. So we move to next stage, and next stage curl is trying to connect to Java application, but Java application is still running. So it's still launching. They are not deployed completely. In this case, curl command try to see the website, and that website is not there. So technically, we are launching the Java application, and final Java application will launch after 10 seconds, for example. But according to curl, they won't see my application. So curl command fail, so my test failed. Because my test failed, so next step doesn't come. Okay, so this was the guy use case, and the problem we was discussing yesterday. To solve this use case, okay, we can use this concept of called retry. So retry concept of the Jenkins, or I can retry keyword of Jenkins is gonna solve this particular challenge. Okay, how we can solve? We have to just do one thing. Here, even though, let me show you this step one more time very quickly. Okay, when we do so, even though this will launch in the future, but this step will fail, and that makes my entire pipeline fail. That was I showed you already yesterday. So they're running, and you can see before the approval, they fail. Okay, so to solve this point, we have to use retry. How? Something like this. I'll show you guys there. I don't know why this line is not working. Maybe this domain does not exist, so they're not able to communicate, so they might fail, or other reason maybe. But this is how the meaning of retry. So if I go to my same Jenkins Java code, where it is Jenkins Java maybe an app, I think this was. Okay, guys, here I reuse the retry. I also already updated in your here. So this is the retry we have to use. Just by retrying, the thing would be solved. So these are the use case of the retry. Okay, so right now it will fail, but if I use the retry, the curl command will retry this portal again and again and again 5 times. And the 5th time they find the answer, that's good. Otherwise they move. So depending upon application, maybe some application to try 10 times, 20 times. That's what we can go and change here. Okay. So right now, guys, they fail here, test fail. And if you try to see the test, okay, try to see the test. So the curl command try this, they won't get the answer. And because they won't get the answer, the next all the stages will be skipped and everything has been failed. Okay, and why curl command is not get the output? It doesn't mean the application is not launched. Application launched, but Java application behind the scene needs some time to entirely boot or entirely started. Okay, so it's been launched successfully. So the solution for this kind of challenges is in our code, wherever this kind of challenge come up, you have to say, just, I know it's going to come up in some time. So please retry at least, retry at least 5 times, 10 times, let's say 10 times. Okay. And this is a retry function we can use in this kind of points, right? Now you see everything gonna work for us. So this is a guys kind of retry. Similarly, there's some kind of job that you run or command that you run. It takes some time to start. So it takes some time to run. For example, we're downloading something. Okay, and downloading is also one of the steps. So if you keep on downloading, let's say the download take maybe 10 minutes. But Jenkins has intense settings. If you run something for 2 minutes, if you don't run, they feel it won't work and the job will fail. So you can set the timeout also and say, just keep on running this command for 10 minutes. And within 10 minutes, if the command not run or download not successful, it means we feel it is fail. So timeout also one keyword. You can see, search in the Jenkins, there's also got timeout. So there's a retry we have discussed. Okay, we can also change the wait second between failure. Okay, so retry first, wait for 30 seconds, then retry, wait for 30 seconds, then retry, wait for 30 seconds, just retry 5 times. Within 5 times, things won't work, then you can go and escape. So this is how you can set multiple example you can find here, right? But now in this case, that is in our case, let's see here everything is working good. Now, like this test is so fair. Now this is successful, right? It means if I go to my code, so as a QA team, I go to my console output, and you see here, okay, my application launched, my curl command retry once, fail. Again they retry. Again they fail. Again they retry. Again they fail. After fourth retry or after fourth retry, they get the output. It means my test successful, or because my test is successful, so I move to my next stage, this approval stage. So here the role of QA team come into play, and my QA team will come and approve from here. Proceed. Then my application go to my production environment. Even though right now, if you see in my production environment, my application is not running because I already removed before today's class or this topic. Okay, so I can approve from here, or maybe there's one more way from the console output. Here they have requesting for the input. I click here, this page come up, and then you want to promote this to the production. I say proceed. Now my application will be promoted to the production, and then finally they move into the production environment. Right now it is launching on the top of Docker. You can see they're launching on the top of Docker. Okay, but in some minute I will launch this guy on the top of Kubernetes. So my Kubernetes setup is still going on. Let me check where it is. Yeah, it's really nice, very nice. So guys, Kubernetes also been done. Okay, and according to the status, all the master and slave node has been ready to use. So this setup that is running right now, in my production environment. Okay, so this is my production environment. They're running on the top of Docker. I want to move this guy on the top of Kubernetes. That's what the setting we have to do. But before we do, I want to show you very quickly some of the basic command of Kubernetes. Those who by chance don't know, they can feel it, the command. So those who don't know about the Kubernetes, so right now I'm at this system. I'm at this system. At the production system, this one. And this system, guys, also work as a Kubernetes client. So we have a kube shell command here. And this command know with the help of cops where the Kubernetes cluster is, and they know how to communicate. Okay, my cluster is ready to use. So this portal goes off. Let me restart or refresh this page. Okay. So this system is a Kubernetes client. technically in our case, it's a personal system, but technically it's a Kubernetes client. So by this command, we can check how many nodes we have in the Kubernetes. So we have one master node and two slave node. If this command run, it means you are able to communicate with the Kubernetes cluster. In this Kubernetes cluster, how many containers are running? It is called ports. So I have no ports running because we haven't launched anything yet. But if you want to launch the pod, there's a multiple way. One of the simplest way to launch any pod is to create that I want to launch a pod. And guys, we launch a pod always from the images. So let me take one of the image from my Docker Hub. So in my Docker Hub, multiple images available. So I'm going to take one of my images created by me. This is normal, typical web server with some PHP application. I'm going to take this particular image. I have multiple versions. So let me go for the latest one. Okay. So I'm going to use this image. So those who know Kubernetes, these are the pretty simple command for you. But those who don't know, this is the command we can use. And for every launch the image, they launch a pod, and for inside the pod, that concept is called deployment here. So typically we have to get a deployment, and every deployment we have to give a name. Let's say I'm giving the name called my deployment. That's all. So now behind the scene, they launch a new pod. Okay, inside this pod, they are running this image container. How can I check? From here we can check. So we launch this deployment, we launch this pod with some other name. Okay, and my container is running successfully. It means my cluster is working very much fine. Because you guys know about the container, the way you see in the what I say in the Docker also, container run only in the private world. You won't able to connect to the outside world. But if you want this container will connect to the outside world, you have to expose it. And for exposing, there's a command called expose. Okay, and I want this deployment that has a name called MyD, deployment MyD, this one. I want this guy to be exposed to the outer world. Okay. And what do you want to expose? Because I know inside this container we have Apache web server, and Apache web server running on the port number 80. So I want whatever application running at this port number in this image, because this image we created, so I know my port number. Okay, is being exposed to everybody in the world. So this is called type, and type is called node port. So node port is one type in guys Kubernetes. That means that I want to expose or connect this container to the outside world publicly. Okay, the way you do in the Docker also, patting, same thing we have done. And to confirm this, we have a command called get services. So from you can see this deployment name, node port means cluster IP means is private. Node port means this one is being exposed to the public world. So anybody who know my public IP of what? My master. So everything can control master. So anybody who know the master public IP, okay, master public IP, they can connect to this container on port number. Which one? This one. There's a random port they give just for checking the activity. Okay. So let's check very quickly. I think it's working or not. So I go to my system, and now we see in the Mumbai. Okay. Now this 3 more computer launch automatically because I have the COPS and the Terraform. There's a master node and one more node. Okay. And the master, this is the IP address of the master public IP. So anybody come to the master public IP of the Kubernetes and come on this particular port number 32662, 32662. Okay, they can connect. Right now the connecting is not connecting because of the firewall. So let me enable my firewall of my master. Same way, I can go to security group. We have seen multiple times. Okay, and here I am going to allow all the inbound traffic. A lot of settings we have, don't change anything right now, but I am going to add one more, and that's I'm just allowing all, just to quickly set up this. Anybody from anywhere in the world, they can connect to the master system and they can do anything. Okay, there's one rule I am creating. Now, what do you see, guys? You can have a connectivity here. So this is my some PHP application. In this image, I have launched. Okay, the beautiful thing is, okay, this entire application is working on the top of Kubernetes. Okay, and lots of powerful capability Kubernetes give to you just for small testing. I just was showing you again, there's no Kubernetes training. Okay, by chance, due to any of the reason, if a pod deleted or goes down, so let me manually delete the pod. If my pod deleted, I'm going to delete all the pods, even though I have one. Okay, the beautiful thing about the Kubernetes is they restart for you. See here, last time is this one, they launch a new one. Okay, they restart for you. So you don't have to worry about the failover part, and client as such won't see any kind of disconnectivity. See here, they still working. Okay, so in Docker we have to manage somehow, but again, this very simple feature of the Kubernetes. Otherwise, there's hundreds of things you guys know, those who know the Kubernetes can provide. So finally, guys, these are the basic command. Those who don't know about Kubernetes, so for them, these are the commands. Is initially it's very much would be enough to see the power of the Kubernetes. One more small thing I want to show with the Kubernetes. When you launch a Kubernetes, in my case, I have only one pod running, but I can create a multiple copy of this OS to balance my network traffic or load. Okay, this is called scale. So I can scale my this deployment. What the name I've given is called MyD. This one, deployment MyD, and say I want to create a multiple replicas of it. Replicas, let's say 5 replicas. That's all. So just by one command, 5 pod starts. Okay, and good thing is now they balance the node. So they do the load balancing for you. So Kubernetes has a capability, they do the load balancing for you. You don't have to worry about it. Entire load balancing is done by Kubernetes, everything managed by Kubernetes. So some traffic will hit here, some traffic will hit here, some traffic will hit here, completed by Kubernetes. And these are 5 container auto launch, the exact same copy or from same image. How can I check? So when I connect this, right now you guys connected to IP 2.6. I'm intensely print the IP inside my container. So right now you connect to IP 2.6. Same URL. If some other client connect, they can hit to 1.7. Same URL. This other client connect, they hit to 2.5. So intensely guys print the IP address to show you that they are doing load balancing behind the scene. So entire part and setup is being managed purely by Kubernetes. So there's a few commands just to go and check. so that's all, guys. It means this computer, according to our diagram, okay, is the production computer, but this system also work as a Kubernetes client, and they have a capability to connect to the Kubernetes cluster. That's what we have tested. Now this setting is done. Now we can connect this setup with the help of Jenkins. Okay. Only one small challenge we have here is, okay, if you want your Kubernetes can connect to outside world, then you have to expose by this command. And only challenge is when you expose, they give you this port number is always random. Okay, and this is the port number that I have to give to my client, to the real world. Okay, connect on this port number. But next time, maybe by chance, if you delete this line, again you connect, the port number will change. So it's not good for providing the port number to the clients always. Okay, so it's good practice to always have the port number fixed, okay, or the permanent. So for this, we won't expose in this way, because this command is a way in the Kubernetes to provide my container access to public world, but this command always give a random port number. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to delete my service named MyD. So SVC is my service through which we give the outside connectivity. I'm deleting this guy. sorry, delete service. I don't want to use this way. Okay. Now it means nobody can connect to the from the outside world. My port is running, but nobody can connect. See here, my port is running, but nobody can connect from outside world. If you want outside world can connect, then I have to again expose, but I also want my port permanent. For this, there's no SS command available. You have to use some kind of Kubernetes internal code. There's called Kubernetes as a code. I'm not going to discuss this code, obviously. Okay, but I'm just want to pick this code right now and share with you. So those who was with me in my Kubernetes training, this was the code we have discussed there. But I will very quickly share this code to you. I think this is the code I have. This code. Okay. By this code, we can do so. Here we can make this port number fix that is not available in the command line. Okay, everything otherwise are the same. Okay, so we run this file, and by this file we can make our port component. If you don't want, that's okay, but if you want, you can do so. Only thing I have to do here is when you run the port, every port, guys, has some unique name. So if you run the command called show labels, so every port has a unique name that's called label. In my case, it's called app equals to my ID or my D. Okay, so I'm just setting this name here. Okay, just to tell which port we have to connect to outside world. So this service is a facility in the Kubernetes through which we are going to share all the port with this label or this name to the outside world. Okay, that is the meaning of this line. That's all. So let me run this code, guys. So I'm going to run this code in this system. So let me create one file. Let's say my service.yml file. So for file name you can give, right? And let me pass this entire code. They've properly formatted this way. So I have to write in this way, metadata level. Okay. App specification will be here. Selector, my app ID, type, port. So again, my DevOps engineer, Kubernetes engineer, they will get this file for us. You don't have to worry about any Jenkins users. Okay, I'm just using it just for quickly showing you the demo. Otherwise, you don't have to do. Okay, that's all. And you just run this file. So this file will run. So for running this file, we have command called kubectl apply this. Okay. Now what you see? Last time I deleted my services. Now your service again start. Now this time the port number is fixed. So every time when you run this file, this port number is always fixed. Now my client will always connect on this port number. Whatever port number will be fixed, you can connect. That's all. Okay. So this is the whole idea. Okay. But rather than you give this file here, I can put this file in my GitHub where I have the entire code. Okay. So what I'll do, I'll go to my GitHub. Okay, here, and I will create this file here. Add file, create new file, and I will create my entire file here. Okay, with the name, let's say my service.1. Okay, or I can say web app service svc. Save, that's all. So my developer create this file or my other team will get this file, and with my Java app, they also share this file. So they share Docker file also, they share Jenkins file also, they share Maven file also, they share my Kubernetes file also. Okay, that makes my port permanent. Okay, this is one thing. So now let's do this thing complete. So what we were looking for, let me first clean my environment. So in the Kubernetes, whatever you have done, where is my screen? Whatever you have done, let me delete all the things. Command called kubectl delete all and all. It will clean everything. I just show you as a testing purpose. Now in the Kubernetes, I don't have any ports. Everything has been deleting. Okay, everything's clean. I don't have any service also. Okay, everything has been clean. So it's like a new fresh Kubernetes. So I can show our final practical. Okay, and what practical I want to show you, that's what I started today. So I want, after my application from dev environment, when we go to QA will do test. Testing is working now fine. We have the approval because it's a continued delivery, and yeah, then finally after approval, my app will be launched in a pod on the top of Kubernetes, and my client can hit my app on the public IP address of my Kubernetes cluster. This goes normally when I say cluster, it's called master IP address. Okay, and on the port number that we have fixed is called 30,000 or whatever port number you guys has fixed. Okay, that's what you do. That's what we're going to do here. One small change that we have to do in our Kubernetes file is this file. Right now, guys, the app that we are running right now is my Java web app running on the Tomcat. Tomcat, guys, work by default on the port number 88. So to write here port number 88. Okay, that's what we have to write. That's all. Okay, so anybody who come from outside world 30,000, who my public guys, okay, connect to my Tomcat running inside this port on port number 88. Okay, that's what I've created here, or you can give the same port also what we want to fix as a permanent port. Okay, that is the only thing we have to do here. Okay, so that's all. And one more thing, because when we going to launch our code first, I'm going to use a different image, and this image, guys, we are going to create ourselves, right, with the pipeline. And every when you create first time, you give a name of your deployment. You can give any name, or whatever name you give, same name will go to port, or same label will also go to port. You can give any name. In my case, I'm going to give a name called, let's say, my Java web app, or whatever name you give here, same name it will be there in your service file. So in a service file, your name would be same, would be, let's say, my Java web app. Okay, so this is the name of the port or the label of the port. Okay, so when you create a port, you need to give the same name, so they will be sync. Why we have to give is this one. There's a lot of logic for this. So in the Kubernetes, there's a concept called selector. So those who again know Kubernetes, they know this concept. Otherwise, just keep this thing in mind for some time till the time you don't know Kubernetes. Okay. So now we are ready to launch our setup in the production environment on the top of Kubernetes. How we can do now after having this entire setup, and the concept thing would be so much simple. Okay, so now this is our pipeline. Okay, in this pipeline, in my production environment, and guys, I will explain you my last class. Your production environment never be a part of your Jenkins master mostly. Okay, so it's not the slave. So master have to connect to production via SSH. That's what we have done here. Okay, but after they do the SSH, okay, after the SSH, they will, guys, right now, guys, they're logging with the EC2 user. Means in this system, they're logging to the EC2 user. So what I'm trying to show you, from the SSH user, can I run my command of kubectl? Let me show you. Okay. So it is not working. Let me again run from here. Kubectl get ports is working from here. Okay. So this user is not able to run this command. Okay. But if I run sudo, this command is not available. If I use sudo, actually command not working, you have to fix it, right? 1 minute. How can I fix very quickly? So if I run this entire path, 1 minute, guys, let me fix and show you the solution. This is not at all the issue of your Jenkins or Kubernetes, something. Yeah. This way, guys, we can run. Okay, because behind the scene we are using sudo. So based upon your basic Linux skills, okay, sudo, they don't know this path. Even though while copying initial, we can copy this command in some other path. So let me do it this way. That makes the life simple. So what I'm doing, guys, here initially, guys, when I downloaded the when I downloaded from this particular link, the link that I showed to you, where it was the link. So when I downloaded initially, I downloaded in some other folder this command. So let me copy this command, kubectl some other folder. So let me copy to some other folder. Okay, let me copy to USB folder. So this is like some path in the Kubernetes. Now, if you do so, your command should work. Yeah, now it's working. So I'm just doing some small change in my initial setup where, so let me update for you. So guys, the cop setup that I show you today, I copy my kubectl command in this folder. Rather than this, you just copy in some other folder. Sudo command doesn't able to read this. Not here, this one. So copy in this folder. USR. That's a small change according to our further requirement. After. Okay, so necessarily copy here only USR bin kubectl. Okay, so nothing interesting, but I just want to check, because behind the scene, your Jenkins is going to run this command only with this user. So I'm just checking this command is workable or not. Testing is done. So we can use this command in Jenkins without any issue. So again, in the production environment, okay, if I don't want to run this command instead of this command, okay, how you're going to launch the Kubernetes. Okay, we're going to launch the Kubernetes by this command. That's all. This is one who will launch pod for us. This command. Okay, so sudo Kubernetes and this command. Only difference is my image is not this one. Okay, I have a different image, and the name of the image is the one what we built. An image that we have built is this one. So this is the image I want to use. Okay, so my image name would be this one. Otherwise, everything is same. And after deployment done, do you want to expose? So for exposing, you can use this command, but that doesn't make my pod permanent. To permanent, I will have to run this file, my service file. Okay, so to make it permanent, after this, I want to run this particular file. Okay, and this file is actually part of my GitHub, so they will download in my local workspace and they will find this file. But in my GitHub, The name of the file that I put in my GitHub is this one. So to use the same file name. Okay, but in this file, we make my pod name or the deployment name is this one. So whenever you launch a deployment, you have deployment will be launched with this name. That's all, guys. So I believe now we are good. Kubectl create deployment, this name, image, whatever the image they have, they will launch. And this is what the apply would be. Okay. And if you want to create multiple replica, you can also create a multiple replica also. So for this, we have this command. So creating the multiple replicas, if you think a lot of load is coming, so initially you can plan for the multiple replicas. Okay. So it will be one more step you will have, and again is run by sh. Okay. And here you to give your deployment name. In our case, deployment name is this one. So whatever skills you know, guys, about Kubernetes you can do, and now you understand how we can set up the OpenShift also. So those who know OpenShift, again, this is one of your task. Okay, in the same pipeline, replace the Kubernetes with the OpenShift. Okay, so OpenShift also the same thing. You know how to set up the OpenShift cluster, and do the same thing. So whatever command in OpenShift, I say we have OC command there. Run the OC command. That's what you can do there. Okay, and again, I'm running this command on my production computer that has this particular IP address with obviously the server. So my deployment launch, my pod launch, we exposed to the real world, and we have 5 replicas. Now here also we can give the input of the Jenkins pipeline, a parameter. So that I'm launching, we ask how many replica you want. Is it 10? So 10 will be replaced with the variable of the parameterized variable. What is parameterized? I discussed you already yesterday. Okay. But this pipeline is better than and powerful than what we had yesterday. Okay. So right now in my production, this IP is not working. So in production, my application has not yet been launched. Okay. Even though in production, if you see the kubectl get pod, none of the pod is running. And another service also covered. Okay. Now just by running this particular pipeline, everything will be fit the way we want to fit here. End-to-end deployment come up with CI/CD approval also there. Or now because your testing is going on, if you think your test is so powerful, and that you don't want to ask for the approval, then you can remove the approval step in between, and we will have a automatic delivery to the production that is called continuous deployment. That's what also, guys, you can achieve here. Okay, so very fantastic practical. I will add some more points here, but this is very, very powerful practical we have achieved and done, right? So this is, guys, what is going on. So by the meantime, guys, they are deploying. By the meantime, they're deploying. Okay, I want to tell you some more thing here. So in this pipeline, if I go to my configure, my code, wherever, guys, we are running some commands, Maven command, Docker command. Okay, maybe Docker push, Docker login command, other Docker command, again SSH, Docker command, Kubernetes. So whenever you're running the command, this called steps. Okay, it is good practice not to use this command. Okay, the command is doing something for you. What command is doing? Command is configuring the system for you the way you want to do. Okay, So wherever you run the command, instead of running the command manually, here you can use the Ansible. Because Ansible is meant to configure the thing automatically. That's for configuration management. And Ansible has a by default capability to do the SSH. You don't have to worry about this. Ansible has the module available to set up the Docker, run the Kubernetes, OpenShift, do the curl, okay, to the install the software Docker, install the Kubernetes also, right? Download the Kubernetes serial command for you, okay? So those who know Ansible, they know what I'm talking about. But yeah, I'm giving you an idea here. Even though I highly suggest those who know Ansible, again, done the training, launch a Docker and set up the Kubernetes and test something on the URL. That's what I show you in my training. So what you have to do, only in your Jenkins system, wherever the Jenkins is running, okay, in your Jenkins computer, okay, make the Jenkins computers or one of the slave of the Jenkins computer as an Ansible master node. Okay, and this master node is one where we write the entire code is called playbook, and the same stuff we will put the inventory. And inventory would be what? Your production system, QA system, dev system. So wherever you want to run commands, those will be your inventory. That's all. That's the only thing you have to do. And if you want to make it more powerful, that you want inventory to be automatically configured. So in my Ansible, guys, I take the one training class called dynamic inventory. So whatever IP of your dev and production system will be automatically updated in the inventory. Okay, so again, take this as a task, nothing very special. Okay, so in your slave node, where you're running the Ansible, you have to just install the Ansible. Okay, create the playbook. Again, you don't have to create a playbook here. You have to put the playbook again in your GitHub. The way I show you, put in the GitHub only. They will automate download. And then you have to create an inventory. Again, put the inventory in the GitHub. Okay. Then you just run the Ansible playbook command. So those who know Ansible, try to convert all these commands, almost all the command here, instead of these two commands, convert into Ansible playbook. Instead of these two commands, okay, convert into the Ansible playbook. Even if you run the Ansible playbook, you don't need to install any agents also. Without Ansible, Ansible has a capability to do the login to the SSH. Okay, so this how, guys, how we can do things with the Ansible. Also, there's the idea and there's a complete explanation, right, of this part. So my pipeline is going on, is look good, waiting for the approval, I believe. Okay, I think they're waiting for the approval, or let me check where they reach. So they say they're waiting for the next executor on Linux slave 1. Why so? Executor is not available. We're waiting for the approval stage. You know what, guys? Yesterday in this pipeline, I created a separate. Separate what I say, GitHub triggers. So just as created GitHub trigger. So let me delete this, right? Because I created GitHub triggers yesterday, and that is actually. So when I'm changing my GitHub, there are a lot of triggers they automatically launch. That makes my executor busy. Okay. So tons of things, guys, they're waiting. Even though, let me disable this project. Let me stop this. I don't want to stuck. So a lot of guys GitHub, when I change, I keep on changing, guys. Today they launch my multiple pipeline that will complete exhaust our slave executors. Either increase the executor or there's no meaning to run this thing, because same pipeline, there's no good reason to run by two different jobs. So now it's been free, and even though I can also make this guy free and also stop command. Let me disable this project. Disable. So it won't work now. So let me go my dashboard, and my everything is free now into my end-to-end pipeline project. Now they are running. So they stuck that 1.9 because of the. So having the saying the log is very important. Sometimes they give you a lot of idea what is going on. Now it's working. Okay, and they're waiting for the approval. I do and go for approval. After approval done, you'll see in some time you will see your application will be come on the top of production with the help of Kubernetes. Okay. It looked like it's failed. That's always good actually. Because failing will give a new knowledge always for learning. But let me check why they fail. They fail because this file is not exist. Why not exist? It's there in my GitHub. So this file is not exist. So what I'm going to do, I'll just go and check my workspace. Does this file is downloading? Yes, web app. This is downloading, right? So if it's downloading, so why is not picking up this file? This file is there, right? So let me check my configuration. So this is, actually, you know what? Why is failing? Because this file is downloaded in my Jenkins system, right? So when we run the Jenkins job, there's two different computers, right? Jenkins is a different computer. Slave is a different computer. And Kubernetes client, in my case, production system is a different computer. We are running file here, but my job is running in my slave right now. See, a job is running in the in the slave. In the slave. Okay, so job is running in the slave, and my file is, or actually file is downloading in my slave. Because slave is running the job, but I want to run my file here. So what can you do? Multiple way you can do so. So what can you do? This file from the slave, either you can transfer, or we can ask my person directly download the file there only. How? So my file is there over here in this. This is my file name. The entire location of this file is this one. So let me copy this file, and how to download the file. You guys know we can use the wget command to download. Let me refresh this page. So multiple different ways we can transfer the file here and there, but you should know where you're downloading, where you're copying, where you're running. That is the concept you should know. So this file will be downloading by this command. So this command we can run. Okay, and it will be again one of part of our pipeline. Okay. So in our pipeline production, we are going to, before we run this file, or we can maybe before we do anything else, we ask in this system, either I can do a complete git clone also here, right? Or I will run download this file with the wget command. Again, we use the sudo, same way they are downloading, and I will use this one. Copy. But this won't be the first command, because I showed you guys first command would be your SSS key checking. So let me do after this. Okay, so that makes more sense. More sense. So I think now it's look good. save, and let me again start. I believe again also they fail due to some reason. What are the reason? Let me show you. Let me run the pipeline again from some particular step. Okay, replay or restart from the stage. Let me start from after the approval stage. It will again fail. Why? Because right now if you see the kubectl get ports, my ports is running. After that, my service don't run because that failed. Port running, and guys, port always run with the concept called deployment. So deployment also one of the concept in Kubernetes. So I created deployment with this number one. So if I run my pipeline, again my pipeline will create one more time the same deployment, and same deployment if I try to create one more time, they will fail. Okay, so when I run my pipeline again, I show you. They're waiting for approval. They are going to create a deployment one more time, and they fail because the deployment is already exist. So there's two ways to solve this problem. Okay, so they say this already exists. The not better way is first delete the deployment, again create new. That is not better way, a simple way. A better way would be we can write some script, okay, of Linux, and this script will check if deployment exists, go for next step, otherwise use this step. So we can create one simple Linux script for this, if or else condition. So I'm not going for that script right now. So better, I'm going for the simple way, but not the better way is this one. So every time, okay, before we create a deployment, okay, we will delete the deployment. How? The same command, we will delete the deployment. So the first command that I'm going to, let me copy this command first of all. Okay, so we're going to, first command would be, I'm going to, this deployment we are going to delete. It's not the better way, obviously, because that for that point in time your application goes down for the client. It's not good way. Okay, but I'm doing it just to make it simple. Delete this, and because this first time, so we are using this, otherwise second time we don't need strict host setting. That's all. So I think is now it should work fine for us, and things will work. Right? And guys, this is also way, right? I can even though create an entire script for you and provide to you, but you won't understand the nitty-gritty part of this, right? What the problem we face, it's more problem we face, right? I intentionally creating this script step by step to showing you all the possible troubles, so you guys would more mature in the troubleshooting part, because creating the script is so simple, but shooting the troubles, what is the most important skills you should have inculcated in your skills, right? That's what I'm showing you, every bit small part of it. Okay, so this part is workable, and I think it should work. Let me check very quickly. And because of the Docker or the container, right, this entire process is super fast. You know, I told you in the first day, I want everything to be very super faster. Okay, automated. Now this is a fully automated. Plus at the same time, this is super fast because everywhere we are running the container technologies, right? And now you will have your entire applications come up. Okay, from the person environment, yeah, it's come up here. Powerfully, they're working. Okay, and application path would be Java web app. So this is what they come. Now this is just a string. Don't be confused with this, but the entire complete application come up, and this is my production environment, and this data is coming from my what I say, Kubernetes, right? Even though this is any of the client guys connect behind the scene, they will do a load balancing, right? Because there are 5 containers running behind the scene. We can't see because everybody has same data, but internally they are doing load balancing. So if you go to Kubernetes and say Kubernetes, how many ports running? there's a 5. So they are doing the load balancing, and then it is done by this port number, okay, by the services. Okay, and due to any reason, if my entire port goes down, let me show you one more time. If an entire port goes down, this is the power of the Kubernetes. I delete it. Automatically a port starts. Now you won't see any kind of here, or when the new will start, you won't see any kind of discontinuity in your application. Okay, this is the one idea. Okay, now let's do some more interesting concept here. Let's make this pipeline more automated and with more powerful way. What I mean by this, so if I go to my project again, normally we start a project from my laptop. So let me copy this entire project in my local laptop as a normal let's say this is my workspace of my developer. I'll go to some of the folder. Okay, and here I'm going to download my entire, let me create a new folder, web. Inside this folder, I'm going to download my entire code. Entire code. Okay, and let's say I'm a local developer working in my laptop. Okay, and what I want, as soon as I commit here, automatically my entire pipeline to be automated. I don't want to push. How we can do, I show you my last class, guys. That is called local hooks. But there's one challenge here, guys, in our Jenkins, the way we set up. Okay, right now, this is my SCM GitHub, and I have the Jenkins. And in the Jenkins, guys, we have set up the triggers. Okay, this is a very interesting concept I'm going to show you. Triggers. Okay, and what these triggers do, they keep on checking my SCM. Any new code come up, they keep on checking. It's called trigger called git poll SCM. Okay, but let's say I set a schedule that every day, per day at after 12 o'clock or 12 noon, just go and check. Okay, so in this case, if my developer push maybe in the morning, maybe some security important updates, morning at 9 o'clock, but your trigger is set for per day at 12 noon. So after 3 hours, they will come and download the new code and deploy in the production. Okay, so that is not important. That is not a good thing to have. But if you make your trigger minimum, that's the minimum is always 1 minute, something like this, 1 minute you set. It means your Jenkins keep on going to GitHub every 1 minute. Every 1 minute. In this case, maybe my developer is not pushing anything for 10 days. But even though my Jenkins is keep on going to SCM every minute, it will be unwanted investing the load on the creating the load on the Jenkins. Going to every minute, it always create the load. Okay, so this particular trigger, what we set in the Jenkins is not perfect in these kind of scenarios. So in this pipeline, right, we guys know how to set the triggers. So this trigger is not which one? Poll SCM is not great in this kind of scenario. Okay, the best trigger in this scenario would be, okay, I say Jenkins, you don't go to SCM. Okay, because you don't know when they change. You sit ideal, you don't go. Okay, because when developer upload, they know they have upload every minute or they have upload after 10 days. We don't know. Whenever developer upload in the SCM, only my GitHub know when the new code come up. So our GitHub always know, right? From here, they say they always know 30 minutes ago some new code come up. Okay, so let's give this task to GitHub. Okay, and ask the GitHub and say, GitHub, whenever something change on you, you come to Jenkins rather than Jenkins goes to you. You go to Jenkins and say, Jenkins, something new has been changed. Okay, and you just notice or notify Jenkins, and Jenkins will that time Jenkins will come to you and download the code and do the remaining pipeline. Means you will go and notify the Jenkins that something happen on me. Okay, something push the code or something actually change the code or merge the code. So that's whatever what happened in the Jenkins, so in the Git is called events. So you can set when push event happen, then I will notify Jenkins. Okay, or I can trigger Jenkins. So Jenkins will do the same thing. Jenkins will come to me, download the code, and they will run the remaining pipeline as code. Okay. In this scenario, you can take the help of Jenkins. Sorry, Git. And guys, this capability Git has or GitHub has, that's called webhooks. So the Git guys, every project and repository, they have the webhooks through which we can build. And for this, you only enable one small thing. In the Jenkins, you have to use this setting. Okay. So this particular pipeline has been automated by the trigger called GitHub hook or webhook triggers. Okay. My Jenkins won't go there. Okay. My Jenkins won't go there. Okay. As soon as GitHub comes to me, Jenkins will go and download the code. And where the code is, my code is there in my GitHub. So let me guys do one thing. Let me go to my GitHub and let me update this file also. Because I have done a lot of changes today in this file. So let me delete this entire data and this entire code. I'm copy pasting here and let me update. Update this. Okay, and let me delete. I don't want. And same as this pipeline will download my pipeline as a code from the Jenkins files. This file and this file is available over here. Okay, so this is my path. This is what guys concept we discussed already. So in my Git, this is the file we have. Okay, in the master branch. Okay, so it means now my entire Jenkins file is there in my GitHub. This is what I show you. Okay, with this name, or we have other name you can change. But now we ask Jenkins always go to this URL. Okay, we can write in this way, but I said no, don't go. Okay, you said ideal. Okay, let's GitHub come to you. Okay, let's GitHub come to you and they will update you, and whenever they notify you, update you that something happened, that some event happened, then you go and run the triggers. Then you go poll the SCM, poll the latest code from this URL and do the remaining pipeline, whatever written in this particular file. That is a better way to do the thing. And I know, see guys, nothing is happening here. Last build was 27. Okay. Now onward, you don't have to click. You want to do it manually. There's a different point, but you have to set ideal. Triggers there. Triggers there. But Jenkins is not doing anything. Okay. So Jenkins is waiting for the GitHub. In this case, you have to do some setting in the GitHub. Okay. So in that particular project, so guys, this is the project or the repository in the GitHub. Inside the project tab, wherever the project is, there's a setting option here in the GitHub. Setting options. So just go to setting option here. And there's option guys called webhooks. Okay. And there's no webhook available in the GitHub. So what we have to tell to the webhook, only one thing, that webhook, you're the GitHub, and obviously you don't know where my Jenkins is running. Okay, so I'm just giving this information to you that my Jenkins server is running at this particular URL. So right now, guys, my Jenkins is running at this particular URL. You have to give the URL of the Jenkins. Okay, so how? The option called add webhooks. Here they're asking you to guys give the GitHub password again, because it's a very critical step. Okay, and we have to just give the payload URL, means the URL where the Jenkins is running. That's all. Okay. So what happened now in this particular repository, not in the entire GitHub, in this repository only, if some change happen, they will notify this URL, and this URL may be Jenkins or other kind of tools also. It's not only for Jenkins, it can be any other CI/CD tool also. Okay, there's one thing. But when GitHub notify, because in the GitHub, lots of things we can do. You can fork the project, we can merge the branches, we can somebody push, somebody here directly commit. So at what time you want to subscribe to this URL or send the notification to this URL. So these are the events. By for push, when somebody push on the GitHub, then only we notify. Or you can select other events also. Somebody create a branch, somebody delete the branch, somebody commit comment, somebody deploy something, somebody fork, somebody create an issue. Okay, so what are the things related to GitHub you can write here, or somebody push to the Git repository is by default. So you can select multiple options also. When any of these happen, then only I want my Jenkins will trigger. Or you can select all. Any of the things happen, notify. Let me go for push. Most of the things time this is the use case we have. Okay, we have. So that's all, guys. So nothing we have to do. Only just change in the Jenkins URL. Now we add hook. That's all. Now when you guys click, this GitHub will contact to your Jenkins just for initial testing. Okay, so right now as we add, my GitHub is contact to Jenkins. Okay, to check everything is there or not, and they contacted and they fail. And they might fail with the multiple reason. Maybe I give the wrong IP, wrong port number, or maybe I have some extra firewall there, firewall blocking. But in my case, firewall is open, so there's no access issue. So why they're blocking? So guys, they fail. So we click on this name. Sorry. So if you click on the recent delivery, okay. If you click on this icon, they say we contact to this URL, okay, with some kind of data, but they response me something. There's some error. Okay, so this error looks very invalid, but this error is because of one small thing. Okay, I don't want to discuss in more detail. Okay, but typically Jenkins is a program written in a language called Java. And in Jenkins, guys, whatever you do, create a project, run the project, create a pipeline. Okay, everything internally is managed by different APIs. So in Jenkins, there are a lot of APIs behind the scene. So what APIs, I don't want to discuss right now. Even though soon I'm going to start coming with one training on the REST API. If you want to know more about API from very basic to all the advanced, you can join this training. Or if you want to create your own API from the scratch with all the possible use cases, then full stack is one training soon in next month with MERN. We are going to come up with full stack development. Only the powerful thing about this training is, because according to me, full stack development training is incomplete without DevOps or without the connection with the DevOps. So there's a one unique training I created with MERN as a platform where we're going to learn everything from very zero about full stack development with the unique integration of the DevOps. So everything, so it will be, you will be ready for solving any kind of use case in the full stack world also. So there's a different point. Anybody want to join, they can join. But the main point here is in Jenkins, so in the Jenkins, everything they have an API. Similarly, if GitHub contact to Jenkins, so they have a specific API available, or I can say the URL available is fixed. So if you search in Jenkins document, what is the unique API or the URL where GitHub hook can connect? So you will find one unique URL, okay, and that you have to give to your Jenkins. So you have to edit this, and that URL is, or the path is, the route is, or API is GitHub-webhook. So it's not random name, it's a fixed internally created in the Jenkins. Maybe other tool, this will be maybe different. Like so if you go to Circle CI or Bamboo or Hudson or other kind of tools or Team City, this may be different. But in Jenkins, the URL where your your GitHub webhook connect is this one that is created inside the Jenkins. This name is fixed. You write in the same way. GitHub hyphen webhook. So if you now save this, and again, just want to check, there's a recent delivery. This is an older one. So if you just click here, okay, this older one is failed. But right now, if you redeliver to test the connectivity, okay, if everything is good, you will see this tick. It means your GitHub webhook is been successfully connected to the Jenkins. Why are they connected? One reason is because I've given this path of my Jenkins. Second reason is in my Jenkins, I enable this setting. Because this setting has been enabled. This setting, trigger setting. That is the reason they are working. Now, everything guys has been automated. Now you don't have to sit here, even though you don't have to log into this portal. Also, okay, entire pipeline is automatically been controlled by the developers or the workspace. Okay, so as soon as my developer commit something here, it will push to the GitHub. For this, what you have to do, I show you my last class. So in the Git, we have a hooks. Okay, here as we can create one hook with some name. Let me give the file name is called post commit is a fixed name. I show you my last class. This is a script actually. Because the script we now write with in this way, bin bash, or maybe better syntax. I can copy paste something. Let's say pre-commit. Okay, I will copy to post commit. Okay, and let me open this file. So the script, I don't want anything else here. Okay, what I want as I do commit after the post commit, my data automatically post to Git. That's all. I can add further thing also, which branch, that's a different point, but we can write. It's a post commit. So I showed you already guys this thing in one of my class. So in my local system, this part is also been automated. So you know, my concern here is to show you how and where we can make it automated, plus in the optimized way. Now, in this case, let's say my web developer is working here. They create a Docker file to create Docker images. They create a Maven file. They create a services file for Kubernetes, other files for Kubernetes, Jenkins file pipeline. They create a project here of the Java, okay, of the Java. Inside this project, they have some web pages. And let's say inside the web pages, we write a message, something over here, okay. Something over here, for example, 1 minute. So let's say my message would be, welcome to Linux World India, right? And in fully automated Jenkins. Okay, some message I change here in my code, and if I feel it's right, so I do git commit, right? So some say fully automated, and as soon as commit, guys, you're just sitting in a developer system, right? And everything has been automated, and then finally you will see in this code will be landed to your production environment. So where my production environment is, where it is. So it will be landed to your production environment. IP of my production environment is IP of your master node of the Kubernetes. Okay. So you're seeing the older IP data, but as soon as I commit, you will see the latest. and this pipeline will automatically run. So last number is 27. See guys here, enter, I enter. I commit, as soon as commit, my local uh, trigger run. Guys, they fail here. They fail to push because there's small reason. Because good practice in GitHub, if you're changing something in local, always change in local. Don't operate in the GitHub directly. Like I changed a lot of things in the GitHub directly. Okay. So that is the reason. It is normally you have to first fetch the newer data from the GitHub, or may pull all the newer data from the GitHub. Get so not full pull. So do local sync and merge. Sorry. Then I do. So don't worry about this command. If you don't know Git, doesn't matter. Okay. So I just commit again as a command. Fully auto. Okay. Nothing to commit actually. Why? 1 minute. Let me change one more time. One more time in the file. Welcome to Linux World. Welcome to small t. Let me commit again. As you commit, they run the CR automatically. My push automatically done. Okay, and it update my data automatically in my GitHub. And guys here automatically see a build start. Okay, GitHub behind the scene contact to us or to the Jenkins, and they start our entire pipeline. Okay, and finally, the entire process will go and you reach the data will reach to the final production environment in some time. So nothing is there, but in some time you'll see you will have the entire data. Okay, this is the process of the entire automation. Between this, now you are good in pipeline. What are the things you want to add in between? You keep on adding in between. Okay, so let me wait for a minute and let's see. They're waiting for approval. Very fine. And let me say proceed. Go ahead with Kubernetes. Okay. Again, guys, I just want to recall your task. Just try to make everything automated with the Ansible also. Thing work, go to production, and now you see a new updated data will come here. Here, fantastic, right? So that's how it's working, and very cool pipeline we have created. Okay, so this is nice. So let's do some more thing. Okay, so I want to show you some more thing about the pipeline, and some more basic concept of the pipeline, and there's something about authentication part, and that's all, and some basic thing about what I say about Jenkins. So let's do one thing. Let's go for a small break very quickly, and let's do a break for 20 minutes around. Okay, and after the break, guys, we will continue with the next time. So at 16 around 30 we will resume the break so we can cover the remaining portion very quickly. All right, so any query, guys, I will take in the last today. So that's all. We'll see you in 10 to 20 around 20 minutes. Bye, take care. So guys, so welcome back, and let's continue with the next part. So next plan would be, for example, if you talk about a tool like Jenkins. So normally in this kind of tool, we have a three-way through which we can interact with these tools. Okay, what I mean by this. So if you talk about Jenkins as a tool, and we are the admin and the user of the Jenkins, so we have three different ways you can interact with the Jenkins as a tool. The first way would be with the help of web UI. So till date, guys, whatever we have done in the Jenkins, we use this kind of look and feel. It's called web UI. Okay. Second way, Jenkins has their own command line tool, CLI. So we can interact with the Jenkins and do almost all the main thing with Jenkins with the CLI. Okay. And next is API. Okay, with the application programming interface. So web UI is good for the initial user who want to know, understand the concept, see this kind of look and feel. All the things can be do with the web UI. But if you don't want to come to Jenkins, and for example, you don't want to come here to to create a project and to run the project and see the output and logs, right? So we can do same thing from the CLI. So, and if you know the CLI, then you can convert the CLI commands into scripts, and whenever you run your script in any of the area, then automatically your Jenkins job will start and created, and hit the logs output and something more we can do. So you don't have to log in to the Jenkins, and without login, you can do all the things, almost all the things from the CLI. Okay, one of the best way is API. Okay, the good thing about API is, for example, this is the sorry. Let's say this is the job we have. Okay, and I want to run this job. Rather than I click here, so we have API for this. Without clicking on this job, or without setting up any triggers also, as such, any triggers, okay, this job we can control and run from anywhere. Okay, maybe you want to create your own mobile app. So you want your mobile app will have your own button. As you click on the mobile app button, your job will be run. Okay, or maybe you create your own website. Let's say again, if you use full stack development, you create your entire web app, and in a web app, you will create your entire website, and you are Intel team member of the company. Without their login Jenkins, you give some limited buttons, limited facilities. Okay, whatever button they click internally, that will contact to Jenkins, and Jenkins will perform those operations, right? So that is the use of the API. Obviously, we are not going to discuss API here, because here we need some programming skill. I saw one small demo for this. But yeah, remaining part, we have to connect this API with your further app that will control this. Okay, so I show you one small demo of the API. Okay, and some demo of the CLI also in a minute. Okay, let me start from here. So let me show you this demo. So what I want here, let's say we have a job. Let's say job page job 1, 2, 3. Okay, and this job I want to, let's say I want to run one simple command to check echo test date. Okay, so I want to run this job right now. You guys know how to run it. I can click build. This job can be run, but I want this job is run by API. Okay, so how we can do this? Even though guys, there are a lot of APIs concept available in the Jenkins in the bottom bar. So there's a lot of API related things is there. Lots of things we can do with the API. So if you know the concept of mobile development or the web app development, these facility you can achieve and connect there. Okay. But right now, what you can do as a simplest example here is in my configuration of this job, in the build trigger, there's an option here, trigger build remotely. Okay, and where they say you, okay, Jenkins give you one unique URL for this job. Okay, whenever you run this URL, okay, your job automated. But to give this URL as security, that nobody can actually run your job without the security. So for this, you can give some password here. For example, I'm giving a password Red Hat for you. So Red Hat is a password. It is also known as a token for this job. So every job you can get an extra token. Now Jenkins is giving this particular URL. Let me copy this URL. So anybody who knows this URL, type the URL in the browser. What a token name they know, will provide to the team. Okay, the type my Jenkins URL. In my case, the Jenkins URL is this one. Okay, that's all. Now, what happen? Let me save this. Right now, I have the job run only once, but as soon as somebody hit this URL, you won't see anything here. It means this URL run successfully. But what happened when I hit this URL? They will run my job. See guys, my job was run once, but if I refresh, you will see the job run one more time. And this time, what you will see, this job is run by my local laptop. Okay, so this job is run by my browser, and my browser and my local laptop. So they capture the IP. This is the remote system who run this job, even though this is the IP of my current laptop or my laptop public IP. So if you search what is my IP address, you can see this is the exact IP of my local laptop or my local public IP in my system. Okay, this is what they retrieve. Okay, so this is the URL you can use to run the job. Only challenge is this URL only work okay in the same browser where you already log in to the Jenkins. It means if you try to run this URL from other browser, let's say incognito window here, it won't run. It asks you to log in first. Okay, or if you try to run this URL in your command prompt, and how can you run the URL from the command prompt? You can use the curl command. It failed. They say anybody can use this URL. You have to first log in to the Jenkins. Okay, so this token is a password for my respective job. Okay, but to go inside the Jenkins, you also give the login and password. Okay, so how can we provide? So for this facility, okay, in the Jenkins, if you don't want to give your login and password to anybody, because if you give the login and password to anybody, they can log into the portal and they can see the things and they can do much more things. Okay, so what they can do from your account, there's option here to configure. Okay, so in your account you have option called configure. And in the configuration part of your account, right now my account name is Vimal Daga, but my username in my account is Vimal. There's option here called API token. Okay, and here I can create a API token here. Okay, with some name, let's say my token, just a name of my token, just like a normal variable. And here I give a generate password or token. So this token is like a password. Anybody who knows this token, they can call this token from a mobile phone, my web app, or by like command line commands. So this token, guys, they give you only for once. So just copy this token here. Okay, and let me save this part. Okay, now if anybody try to log into my account with the help of API, they can use my username Vimal and this particular token. For example, let's say I want to log into my curl command. You can think this is the API path, and in the curl command, I think they have option called I can pass my username, and colon, I can pass my token. I think this is syntax they support. Let me check. Okay, so curl is one way to test, right? Now this URL, when they ask the login and password, I give my username Vimal, and this is the token I give. The token is look like a password actually. Okay, So now what you will see, this job, I don't know what job, yeah, this one I believe. This job is run last 2 times, but when I hit enter, okay, there's no error come up, and you can see the job automatically run from some other command line or the or from the from the any APIs. Okay, here they run from. So anybody who know this command, okay, if I share this command to you, you guys can run my job, okay, from your system also. Because obviously I can't share my password token to anybody, otherwise they can control my jobs and other things also. But this is how and this thing will evolve. Okay, so this is what, guys, how we can trigger. So if you don't want to run your job with any of the triggers and you want to control your job with your way, you can enable this. So whenever anybody from remotely, from mobile app, web app, by command line, they want to run the job, whenever they want to run, they can run the job by this kind of URL. This is also one kind of triggers we have. So all the trigger, guys, I will explain to you with a lot of use cases and the practical way. Okay, this is one thing. The second thing is, if you want to do something on Jenkins with Jenkins CLI, so how we can do? So for this, you go to dashboard and the manage Jenkins. Okay, so management part of the Jenkins. If you go down here, Jenkins has their own command line. That's called Jenkins CLI. Okay, command line. Okay, and here they say you, with the help of Jenkins command line, this is the command of the Jenkins command line. You can run these commands. Okay, you can build a job, you can connect to the node, you can create a new job, copy the job, delete the job, delete the build, right? Disable plugins, install the plugins, all those main things you can do from the command line. List the jobs that you have. Okay, so how can we run this? So for this, we have this Jenkins command. Okay, and for running this command, you have to download this Java jar. So if you click here, it will download in your local laptop. I have already clicked and downloaded. So let me copy this particular command. Okay, go to command line. Wherever you downloaded this file, I go to my download folder. Here I downloaded already. When you run, so from any of the laptop, wherever this jar file, okay, and you just type your Jenkins URL, you can run this command. And I know that this command failed. Fail again, same reason, because of the authentication part. Okay, and for authentication you have to use auth keyword here and give your username and the secret. Okay, so here I'm giving have an auth, and my username and secret is the same way that I use in my curl command. Let me copy from here. Okay, and paste. That's all. Now, guys, there. And help is one command. They will show you all the command available. For example, I want to run a command called I want to check. Okay, who am I? So who am I? Means which user I log in right now. So who am I is a one command. So here I can run the command called who am I. Let's say you are authenticated user and you log in with the normal user. Or I want to check. Sorry. Sorry. I want to check the number of jobs we have. List job. Okay. So I can run the command called list jobs. They will tell me these are the total jobs we have right now. Let's say job 1, 2, 3. Also job we have. Or you want to build the job or run the job. We have the you want to know more about job, you can use the get job command. They will tell more about the job. Let's say get job. So I want to know more about the job. That's called get job. And which job you want to know? Let's say job 1, 2, 3. So I want to know more about this job 1, 2, 3. They tell you that this is the complete main information about this particular job. Whatever guys we written, they have here. For example, in this job, I have created one shell command, echo testing. They show me about this job. But you want to build this job, you can run this build command. But what is syntax of this command? You don't have to memorize. Just click on this build and they tell you the syntax of this command is build, then give you a job, and you can use much options also. Every option will do something for you. Okay, so in my case, I want to build this job. So build build, I can run, right? So what you will see, guys, in your this job, right now this job is run 3 times, but now from the command line, I'm going to build this job. The job will run 4th time. So here, if I refresh this page, you can see a job run 4th time. Again, we are running from our main system, so it's run by the command line, by the Vimal user. That's what they show you. And in this build, they show you some console output, echo testing. So same output you want to see from your command line, then we have a command called console. Console of the job. So they show me this is the last command output they show us. So almost anything, everything that you know about the job, we can do here. Okay. So there's a guy's command line and some of the discussion of the API. Let's get hold for a second, please. Okay. So one small thing I'm doing here right now, I am deleting my token here. Okay, and save it, because right now my Jenkins is if I again run my command, it failed. Because right now Jenkins is running publicly. Those who get my password, they can do anything in my Jenkins. Okay, so I don't want this, so I deleted my token. Okay, so so there's one thing. Now next thing guys here is in the Jenkins we have facility called IAM, identity and the access management. Okay, what I mean by this. So right now guys, till now we are doing everything in the Jenkins from the user called Vimal. And guys, here from the Vimal user, I can do anything. I can go to any of the pages, install the plugin, delete something, add node, everything I can do. I have all the power. So I can say Vimal is the admin user, means all the power Vimal has. But typically, normally we have a team working. So let's say I have 3 team members. One is Vimal, one is Eric, and one is Tom. And what I want after Vimal login. Okay. So first of all, in the Jenkins, first of all, I want whenever any user login. Okay, I can say Jenkins will only allow somebody who log in. Without login, they won't allow. When I say login, means they have to give first login name and their password. If both are right, then we say this is the authenticated user, and I know about this user. And because I know about the user, is called identity. So I want to manage the identity of the user. Okay. So for this in Jenkins, we can create a multiple user with a login and password. But we also have facility in the Jenkins. We can disable this facility. Okay, we can say anybody in the Jenkins without login and password, they can check and do anything. Okay, without login and password, that is called anonymous access. Obviously not secure, but yeah, sometimes you might use. So that is also what we can do. So how we can set the identity? This is one thing we're going to discuss. And second thing is, let's say I want to tell my Jenkins after Vimal login and we check the Vimal authentication part, I want Vimal can do anything. So it is like an admin user. Vimal has all the power. Okay. But if I want after Eric login, Okay, Eric can only view all the jobs, only view all the jobs, that's all. Okay, Eric don't have power to edit any of the job and something like this. Okay, but if after Tom login, Tom is not able to view any of the job, but Tom can go and create my slave node and something like this. Okay, so this is the different power we want to give, or different permissions we want to give to these users. Okay, and for this permission, what we can do, okay, we can say, Eric, I'm going to give you power, and in your power, okay, you can view the job, you can run the job, you can maybe, let's say, you can create a new job. Okay, so these are the powers I want to give you. So I can give you hundreds of power to the Eric. All this power grouped together is not a role. So I want to give Eric these accesses. So you have access to view job, run job, create job. So these access I want to give to the Eric. And that is in this concept on IAM, identity, and the access management. And for giving these accesses, 1, access 2, access 3, we group all the access in a box called role. Okay. So typically it is something like this. Eric, after you log in to our Jenkins, you have this role. So it is something like this, in the company, if I go to my company and let's say, Eric, you are the manager of this company. So what you manage is what? Manage your job role. So your title. Okay. But with this title, what manager means, Eric, in outside company premises, we have security guard. They will check your ID card. The ID card will authenticate you. But after you log in to my company, okay, what power you have, you are the manager. So what a power manager has, you can do this. What the power manager role has, you can do this. You can go to this cabin. You can't go to director room. You can go access some area. You can't access some area. Okay, so everything is defined in your role or the title. Same way here, we can create a multiple role. One role we can create a role called admin. Any user who is a part of admin role, so what a power is there in admin, those users get. We get one more role. Anybody, let's say, in the manager role, what a power we do in the manager, those user can do that part. Somebody, we can give a role to, let's say, node manager. So what a power we give in the node manager, that user can do only that part. So in this role, we can give multiple power, or multiple access. This one. Okay. So creating the role is a one-time effort. I can say in the future, if any user come in the company or in the Jenkins, right? I can say now, Eric, you are the user. Jack, you are the user. Maybe Sarah, you are the user. All of you users are the managers. Your login name is different, password is different, but power you have is called manager role. Whatever the manager can do, you can do. Whatever manager role say, you can do. Okay. So this way of giving the power is called role-based access control. RBAC, role-based access control. So it's a good way in the terms of management, because typically we always work in a team. So I want to give everybody account, login and password. Plus, I also want everybody have their own respective power and the permissions by the help of role. So how we can do this? Let me show you. Right now, when I create the Jenkins, that point in time, guys, we have created Vimal as the admin user. Okay. But what I'm going to do, I go to my dashboard and manage Jenkins. Inside manage Jenkins, we go down. We have option called manager roles, but we don't have manager users, but we don't have any options for roles. Okay. Why? Because if you want to set up the role, we have some extra plugins. We can get the user, we can delete the user, all the things we can do, change the password, but none of the user we can set the role. So if you want to set the role, first plugin you have to install is is called role plugin. This plugin you have to install for role-based strategy. Okay, so this plugin you have to install. Right now here, let me restart. I'm waiting for this. You guys, why it takes some time to connect? Because Jenkins Java program and Java takes some time to load. Okay. So I log into Vimal by default. Vimal is the admin user, so we can do anything from this user. Now, what I want to do here, and now you can see there's one more option come up here somewhere. It's not visible. I have to enable one more setting here. But yeah, plugins be installed. Let me go to users. You can see that I'll show you how to enable the setting for the role. But let me start from here. If you want to create any user, click on this name. Vimal is already created. Okay. But if you want to create more user, just click on the create users. Okay. And let's say, let me create a user called Eric with some password, confirm the password. Let's say full name is Eric E and some fake email ID I'm putting here, and that's all user created. Now we have one more user called Eric. Okay. Now what can you do? Let me copy this URL. Let me log into my incognito window. Okay. When I hit enter, now I can log into Eric user. Eric user. Okay. And by default, guys, if you see all the jobs you can see, you can go to manage Jenkins, you can install plugin. So by default, any user you create, right, they have the admin power. Okay. That is sometimes good, but in most of the cases, it's not good to give all the user admin power. Okay. So what can you do in the, again, in the manage Jenkins, okay, in the manage Jenkins, in the configure global security, global security. What can you do here? First of all, guys, they have the option called realm, security realm. Means Jenkins is only allowing, okay, who log in with the Jenkins. Okay, so Jenkins is only allowing to those users who access the Jenkins is the user who log in to the Jenkins. Okay, and who created the account in the Jenkins. Even though, guys, in the real world, normally we create the account in LDAP or Active Directory. I'm not showing that demo, right? For those who know LDAP, you can pass your LDAP port number and Jenkins can connect to LDAP. So your login and password pull from the LDAP for login. But here, I'm creating the login and password the way I show you, and that login and password stored locally in the Jenkins. Okay. But here, main thing is this line, authorization. Means, okay, means after Eric login, okay, what Eric can do after Vimal login, what Vimal login can do. This concept is called authorization, or maybe sometimes known as access. Okay, so they say allow you login user can do anything. Can do anything. Means if any user login, they can do anything, means they are the admin, and that is a reason why Eric is admin. Okay, so let me close this. But if I enable this option and I save allow anonymous read, even though you are not admin, or even though you are not login, without login you can get read access. What I mean by this, when I save this, okay, And let me log in to Jenkins one more time in the other browser. in this case, if you log in, now this time they're not asking your password. Right? Without login, I can see the entire details, all the main details. I can't see my intermanagement part, but yeah, all the jobs I can see. I can see here. If I can only read, I can't run all the things. But if you want that everybody in the world, they can see your entire Jenkins as a read, you can do this. There's also facility there. Otherwise, if I go inside this global security, if you select this option, anyone can do anything. It means without login, right? Without login, anybody can do anything. That's the meaning. Okay. So again, I go to my incognito window. If I click here, now guys, see here, without login, I have all the options come up. I can run the job, delete the job, go to manage Jenkins. It's so dangerous, but I can do. Okay, it's so dangerous. So let me very quickly remove it and apply. Okay, these are some settings, but the most important setting here is role-based strategy. And this option can come only after you enable or install the role-based plugin. Okay. Now, by this, we can control better way of control. Okay, we can control something like that. Eric, after login, you can only do these things. Tom, after login, you can do limited things. So every user, they can give a limited different power and the authorization part. Okay, so that is the option come after you install your plugin called role-based access plugin. See, now after you enable the setting, you will see there's one more new option come up, manage SN role. That was not coming, but this option gonna come. Okay, so before I guys go for this option, let me create some more user. So I have this user Eric Vimal. Let me create one more user called Tom with some password. Okay, tt email t@gmail something.com and create. So I have 3 user. Okay. Now in my case, if I try to log in to this particular user, so if I try to log in to Tom user, okay, Tom has no power. Okay, even though if I try to log in to Eric user, last time guys, these guys had the power, right? By default, all the power. Now they have no power. But if I try to log in with Vimal user, with my main user, they have all the powers. Okay. Now who is controlling your power? Because I enabled this facility. Okay. So why I can log in? Because I created an account in my local system of Jenkins. Okay. But after login, what can I do? That's called authorization or the access, I can say. It's banned by role-based strategy. Now what this strategy say? They say any new user create, they have no power. Okay, how can you see this? Now if I go to manage and assign roles, okay, here they have different rules available. If you go to manage roles, okay, you can say we have one role already created. Okay, that role name is, or title name is manager, sorry, admin. It's just a name, you can change also. Okay, and what this role say? This role say you have all the power. What is the possible power in the Jenkins? You have all the power. It is written here. So manager has overall power, read, write, all credential. You have to do anything, disconnect, add new agents, slave node, jobs, run, view, SCM, everything that is possible in the Jenkins, they have all the power. Okay, they have this. Now, this is the one global role. Global means globally, and entire Jenkins, what admin can do. This is one thing. Now, if you go back to assign roles, okay. So what you see here in the assign role, nothing you see, but only see you. Vimal is a user who has assigned to a admin role. So typically, admin is just a role name, title name, and we have a user. Actually, user is the one who log in. So Vimal is the one user, admin title as or assigned as the admin role, and that is a reason when Vimal log in, Vimal can do anything. but if I want to add more user to some role, so in this assign role, I can give my username, let's say Eric. Okay, Eric is the one user we have. So I'm going to add Eric as a user here. Okay, again, Eric has no power, but if you want to give Eric a power, select here. Now, Eric is also a user that I already created, but Eric also have the admin power. And what our admin role says, same. Now, in this case, if I apply, and now if I again try to go, and last time I show you, Eric has no power, but now Eric has all the power, right? But again, this is not good practice most of the cases. So let me remove this. I don't want to give any power to the Eric. Okay. Instead, what I want to do, I want to create a customized role. The way I explained to you, like manager role, node manager role, or something like this. How? Again, we go to this page. If you want to create any customized role, you can go to manage roles. Okay. And if you want to add a new role, okay, so you can add a role. Let's say this is a manager, just a role name. You can give any name. Okay. And what power you want to give to the manager? So manager can't do anything oral read. They can't do anything in my credits, my login and password where we store. They can't do anything in the slave node. They can do everything in my jobs. They can build the job, cancel the job, configure the job, create the job, delete the job, discover, move, see the workspaces, anything about the job, right? Maybe they want to replay the job, update the job. Okay, they can create different view, right? They can do something on SCM. These things I want to give to my manager. That's all. Similarly, let me create one more role here. Okay, let's say this is my invigilator, right? Or the guy who just like a who survey, right? Or surveillance or something like this. That's the survey role. Okay, so in this role, I only want they can only discover or read. That's all. My job only. That's all. They can't build, they can't configure, they can't create, they can't delete. They can see read the things or discover the things in my job. That's all. Okay. Or maybe they can read my view. That's all. So this is the role I want to give in the survey. Survey is again one kind of role we have. Well, let me save this. Okay, but who belong to which role? So I want Eric now would be a part of manager role, and I want my Tom user that I already created is a part of survey or surveillance or invigilator kind of role they have. Okay. How we can assign the role. Okay, now all the role name come automatically here. So I have the role called user called Eric. I want to first add. I have a user called Tom. I would like to add. So you can only add those users who's already created. And now Eric is the manager, Vimal is the admin, and Tom is the part of server. That's all. So having this role-based plugin, management of this role is so simple. That's all. Now, now what can you do? Again, we can check very quickly. So if I log in with the Eric, they can log in. Eric is missing overall read. Obviously, guys, if you want to do something, at least overall read you need. So let me do one thing. Eric is a part of manager, but my manager role has not overall read. So how can you read the remaining part? So in my manage role part, I give my manager at least overall read. Okay. Apply. So let me refresh this page. Now come up. Like I see, Eric can go and quickly create the job because they have the create power. Job created, job run, job edit. Right? So they have this power. They can run the job. Okay, but they can do limit thing. For example, here Eric have no power to go to admin board. Okay? So manager Jenkins they can go. So there's no button here to manage Jenkins, right? They can't do anything of plugins, more things, and other things they can't do. Okay, so again they have a limit power, but they can do anything in the view, jobs, everything they can do. Okay. Similarly, if I try to log in with Tom, again Tom can't do anything because Tom is a part of survey. Survey has not overall read. So how this can read something about the job, right? So you give the overall read here, apply, and then if you refresh, now this user can see all the job because they have read power. But again, very limited option come up. There's no option to create a new job. They have no option for this. And if you go to any of the jobs, there's no option to build the job. They can only see and read the jobs only. So this kind of guys control you can do here. You can do the control for node level also. If you want to do limited control on the node level, you can do control on the item level also. That also you can do. For example, this item is very interesting. Okay, let me show you this item rule. Let's say I'm going to create, my plan is something that is very interesting use case actually. Let's say I have one single Jenkins running. Okay, and multiple team is using Jenkins. So your developer team is using Jenkins, QA team is using Jenkins, one single Jenkins. Okay, so I want, okay, let's say I have one user called Tom, one user called Eric. Eric belongs to dev environment. So Tom belongs to dev environment, Eric belongs to QA environment. So my requirement is all the job created for the dev environment can be visible by Tom. All the job created for QA environment is visible by Eric. Okay, and you guys know job is also known as item. This is a very interesting use case how we can do. Okay. For this, we have to follow some kind of convention in the job. We'll say all the team, whenever you create the job, you can give any job name, let's say job 1, job 2, job 3. But all the job, you give some unique prefix or postfix. For example, dev environment, you always give a prefix dev d capital underscore something. You can go any prefix. For QA, you always write QA capital letter underscore job 1, job 2, job 3. For example, let's say we have let me log out from here first. Let's say we have multiple jobs created, and this job is created by dev team. So I said dev, you always add D capital underscore, then you can give a job name, let's say A. Give a job, create, and save. Again, you want to create more job. Okay, whatever job you want to create, give any name, but I start with DevOps, dev underscore, and this will give some name. Okay. So this kind of pattern we will follow here. Okay. Same. Let's say my QA team will get a job. We say you can get a QA underscore and then give any name, A, B, something, right to it. Okay. Now, if you use this pattern, now we can manage the security very easily. How? So I go to my manage Jenkins. Okay. I'll again go to create all the users that I already have, manage assign roles. In assign roles, let me first remove this role from here. I don't want this role. I don't want, sorry, what I remove for Vimal. So it's very dangerous. So let me again add for the Vimal with admin role. Okay. Then apply, and let me refresh to check. Otherwise, you become locked down. Okay. So I don't want anything Eric or for top. Okay, there is no global role. Let us see. It means in this case, if Eric is try to log in, no power, right? Now, what I want to do, I want to give a role item base. So for this, what I'll do first, I create a role, manage role. Okay. I'm not going to set the global role. It will be item role. Let's say this will be role for dev team. It's just a role name. Okay. Now here the power of is a pattern. We give the pattern. We say any item or the job start with dev underscore with after any name start. So anything, anybody who know about regex, you can write the entire regex. Start means any name after this. So you can write the entire regex over here. So any job start with dev underscore, after this any name come up. Okay, any name come up, that's called pattern. This guy has a power to build these jobs. These jobs, or maybe they can run, replay. So they have all the power in this job, whatever you want to give. Similarly, I want to get a role, power, title for QA. Any job start with QA underscore with after anything. Okay, this guy who belongs to this role or title of the project, these user will have all the power, whatever power you want to give. Okay, in that particular job. So this is a guy's role we have created. Okay. Now, who belong to this role? My users, right? So I have to assign this role to some user. Okay. So here, if you see, now we have only one user anonymous, but I want to add Tom. I want to give Tom a power, and I want to give Eric also a power. So Tom is only have a power according to our plan. I want to give Tom a dev power, and Eric, I want to give QA power. That's all. After Tom login, whatever define the role for the dev, right? That power Tom will have. It means right now, if I refresh this page, nothing come up. Why? I the same. We say Tom, we give a power to you. Okay, but right now Tom has no read power, right? Of an or of our role. What I mean by this, we go to manage role. Okay, there is no oral read power. So Tom should have at least oral read power. Oral file always come from the global. So let me say, let me create one more role here. Read power is just a role name, and here we are just only giving a read power. Oral read power. This is the use of this role. It's global. Okay. Now all these user. Okay, I want to give a global role. For example, Tom If you don't have an overall read, how can you do something? Eric, if you don't have an overall read, how can you do something? I'm giving you also and you also overall read power. I can only read so that they can do the remaining part. This also you have to give. Now, in this case, if I refresh this page, you see something come up. Okay, they have overall read power, and only job Eric can see is the job related to the department. It's not coming because I write maybe some wrong pattern. But then we log it from I log in with Tom. Let's see what Tom is seeing. Again, they have the only read power come up, but they can't see the things. Maybe I might have given the wrong pattern I write, or maybe there's some part I miss in the global. So maybe this is the one reason that in the global, when you will give the read power, you will give the read power to the job here also. So where I give read power to here also, I believe. So globally, you should allow read, then only for the item will work. So let me give read power also. Same thing I'm doing here. Let me check very quickly. Otherwise, there may be issue in my pattern. I think this is the reason. Okay, so now it's come up, and QA job they can see, but they're also seeing other jobs also. It means there's some setting. This part actually should work in this way. Maybe I given the wrong pattern here, star or something else we have to give. Okay, so obviously if I give all, so they can read all. That's what I was. I think there's some issue in my pattern I write here, right? So if you just search, guys, in the document, what kind of pattern syntax they support. But I just want to tell you this is the one for feature. So obviously I don't have to go, only have to give read power, right? That I created. I don't think so we have to give something else here. Let me check. I don't think so we have to give something else here. Okay, in the read power, in QA, we give this power. My role looks maybe good. Let me first save this. So you know what I'm expecting here? I was expecting only dev related jobs should visible, right? It should come. Maybe I don't know, invest the time. Just I want Eric is a part of this read, so they have read, and in item role they are part of respective team, so that is also looks fine. I think it's good, right? I guess I don't want to invest the time. Just nothing very tedious. You just go and check, do some look at change something here in the dev pattern. Okay. So save in the dev pattern. Or let me take one more quickly, dev star. Okay, or maybe dot star also. I think this is the reason. I think dot star you have to write, I believe. Instead of star, dot star you have to write. Let me check very quickly. Dot star, and this is the dev. I'm just giving a role name. Add. Let me do the same thing again one more time. Dev star. Typically, as the regex perspective, we have to start with dot star. Dot means any character, star means any n point in time, means n number of any character should come up after this. So that might be logical. Let me save this. Let me assign this role to, let's say, to Tom. This is not required. It's not working. Dev role to Tom, right? And if I log in with that, sorry, if I log in with the Tom, yeah, now it's working fine. Guys, there's about pattern issue. Now, guys, only in the Tom you can see only job related to dev only. That's so cool, right? And let me do the same thing again very quickly. It doesn't always work, but yeah. Same thing I'm doing here. This is the wrong pattern actually. This is the wrong pattern. So I remove everybody. So let me create a role for dev role, and this is dev underscore. I can write dot start. After underscore, anything come up should be part of this. And for the QA role, anything after QA underscore dot start means any character start means any n number of times. Give this power, and let me quickly give this power. But this is also one very cool information we have. So one Jenkins can use a multiple team, and their team will do only on their job. They can't do anything else in any of the jobs. So they can see only this visibility, that these are the things there. So there's a way we can create the role, and every role we have to assign some user. So I'm assigning for the Eric also. Eric is a one user. Eric is a part of QA, and Tom is a part of dev. That's all. Now, if I log in with Tom, they can see only dev roles, and if I log in with Eric, they can see only QA job. That is so cool. Other limited things they can't do in C. Okay, they can build the job and do all the things. So this is, guys, one powerful facility of this point, and that's what we have done. One more last thing, guys, for the day and for this course is something more about the pipeline. Even though we have built very powerful pipeline, but there's some more small things you can do in the pipeline. What are those? Okay, for this, let me very quickly create an item, new pipeline. Okay, it's a pipeline project. So there's a small things about the pipeline you can perform just for testing. So I'm getting the pipeline from my SCM. Okay, SCM. So I have already created some basic code for you for testing. So in my Jenkins training, there's a multiple small code, guys, I have provided to you. For example, if you want to you want to use the environmental variable, this is the code we can use. This is what, guys, I show you my last class also. So how I run this? So for this, I can actually pull this code. Or let me copy paste that. That's very quick. Okay. So if I go to my environmental variable, okay, this is the code I have. So this code I will show you in my last class. Okay. So what this code will do, this code have a capability to get the data from the environmental with the env keyword, or with the env also we can run. Okay, when I run this, it will work for us. Okay, but like this, we have some more interesting facility we have. For example, we can run some when conditions. Okay, when conditions means the code will be something like this. Okay, we can write, okay, this is the stage we have. So we can write, we can only run this stage when my branch is dev. Okay, so I'm checking my condition here. If the condition doesn't match, I will skip this stage. Then I move to the next stage. So maybe you have, guys, multiple branches. If you have particular requirement, this particular step only you want to run only if the branch in your GitHub is dev available. Otherwise, I don't want to run. So if this is a requirement, you have when keyword you can write. So let me show you the configuration. In this case, if I try to run my code here, in my case, guys, I have no branch actually. In this case, your job won't fail, but it will skip your stage. So guys, nothing is there run, and what you will see, your job has been skipped because condition doesn't match. So you can create this kind of condition also over here. Okay. Similarly, create environment. If you want to create an environment, even though, let me show you some more thing of when. In the when, guys, you can do some more thing. For example, you can write a when with environmental variable. Okay, so it will be something like this. You can create your own environmental variable. So what is environment variable? You guys know, but this is the keyword through which you can create an environment variable name deploy to. It's just a variable name with some value. Okay, and here we are running the stage and say this stage I only run when my environmental value is equals to production. Otherwise, I won't run. And this part I might ask in the parameterized. So when my job run initially, I will ask, do you want to deploy to production? Somebody say yes, production. Then this production will go to this variable, and this variable will check. Let's say this is a production step or in the production in stage or environment. If that is not production equals to production, then I won't deploy, let's say, in the Kubernetes. So this kind of control you can perform. So I suggest guys, all these settings I'm showing you, you can put in your today's bigger pipeline. What I created. Just put everything there to make your pipeline more mature. So now if I run this, in this case, I fix my what I say, environment name to production, and that is match. So we run this step. Okay, but technically you can write this code in your main bigger pipeline what I created, and there you can use parameterized to ask first, and then you will run. So this kind of control also we can do. Also, we can run like Groovy expression, something like this. Okay, I can also write in this way. That this concept I will explain to you, right? So when we run, we always fetch the branch name. If the branch name is there, they return true, and when an expression return true, when get true, and when get true, this stage we run. Otherwise, we skip the stage. This is also one of the way to check the branch. Either we have branch keyword, or you can use this simple environment variable also to check your branch name, and accordingly you can run your stage. Otherwise, you can skip the stage. Okay. Or we have Groovy environment. I show you Groovy all conditions. So if you have multiple conditions with you, if all these conditions match, then only I want to run. For example, if my branch is master and not or and my deployment is production, then we have all of keyword. All of means I will check this condition and this condition. If both conditions match, then only when say true, and then only I will deploy it to the production. Okay, otherwise I won't. So in the Kubernetes example, I will write this before my Kubernetes step. Okay, if my code is coming of my Java for master branch, and somebody in the parameter they say I want to deploy to production, then only I will deploy in the Kubernetes in the production. Otherwise, I won't. Okay, that's also we can plan here. All of is for all of. Is all of means and condition, right? So this also, guys, we can do over here. Similarly, if you want to go for or condition, or this for any, you can use this keyword called any of. Okay, somebody say if my branch is master, or somebody say my branch is stage, any of the condition match any of, then when said true, then only we can go and run my step. Otherwise, we skip the stage. This is also the way we can do. So in this example of last one, now this condition is skipped. One thing is not matching, whatever we write, that makes my job skip. Okay, so depend, guys, what you want to match. Okay, similarly, if you want to create your own environmental variable, this is the way. Okay, so let me show you. So environment is a keyword through which you can create your own environmental variable. Okay, so there's one variable I can create with value true. There's one variable I can create with value production. And we can also create environment variable by running the stages also, by calling again. We can create one variable here, and plus we can also create environmental variable with running some commands. And if you want to run any command of Linux, this is a pure Linux command. It will give us some respective date. Okay. So this command, if you run anywhere, you can use script keyword in the SSH. Okay. And output of this command will be go into this variable. Now, wherever we want to use the variable here, I'm using as a print, but you can use. Okay. So if you want to create your own environment variable will normally help us to take the decision. Okay. I can write this thing at this time my job run. If it is go to deploy, when deploy in production, I will run my stage, something like this. So environment variable is always help us in taking the decision. Those also you can do. Okay, test, save, and if I build now, you can see you have your own environmental variable created. What is environmental variable? And my last slide I show you. So guys, here we run this thing, and this will run a date command in this format. Okay, and all things will be printed the way I write here. Okay, true, false, everything is being printed. Okay. Similarly, so small code, but useful sometime. One more interesting code, guys, we have is called parallel job. Load credential, guys, I showed you yesterday. If you want to load a credential, this is the way we can load. Okay, and this credential we can store in some variable, and we can use this variable somewhere. This somehow I show you in my last class also. Okay, but there's one more interesting concept called parallel job. If you want to run parallel jobs, okay, then we have this keyword, parallel keyword. Okay, so I have two stages, this stage and this stage. And guys, this is a very interesting example actually, if you see. So I have some kind of test I want to do, and this test I want to do in Windows also and Linux also, and both are independent. So I can run my stage. At that time, I can set my agent. This only run in my Windows slave. Second stage, I can set different agent. Okay, by chance name is same, but here I can set I only want to run in my Linux slave, either dynamic or static. And there in Windows, I want to run this step, and Linux, I want to run this step. Both the steps are independent. Maybe one step will take 1 hour. So I don't want to wait for second step to run. So I want this stage and this stage run in parallel, so I can put in the parallel. So Jenkins will send both the stages to respective agent in Windows and Linux, and they run in parallel. Okay, and in this case, because we are writing the agent directly inside the stage, so every stage, guys, we can set their own agent. So in the top, we can write agent 1. I don't want my global set the agent. I want my respective stage will pick their respective agent or the slave code. Okay, that's also the cool option you can run in parallel. Okay, so nothing is special, just try it, but useful in some of the cases, right? Parameter code, guys, I show you already yesterday. You know, we can get a multiple parameter. This example almost I show you yesterday. Script block, again I show you somewhere yesterday. But typically, I'm asking to input a string and choice is stored in this variable in a parameter. Okay, and one of the step is I want to run this code. Okay, this is a pure Groovy code. Okay, if you want to run your pure Groovy code, so the Groovy, guys, if you want to create your own variable, then we have def keyword, if keyword, else keyword. But this is not the declarative language. So inside the declarative language, if you want to run scripted language or pure Groovy language, so this entire code from here till here is a pure Groovy language. Then we have a script keyword available in the declarative. Okay, this also be possible. Sometimes you have to use it because sometimes declarative language doesn't have some thing I want to use as a customized part is not supported. Then we have to write a pure typical language of Groovy, and we can write their respective code. So by this we can do so. Sometimes it's again very useful. Okay, and one more very powerful and important thing is the post block. So if you want to control your failure part, it's called exception. So if your job is running and something fail, so normally in the job they actually show you fail. But what I want, if I'm running the job and as the job is running, if job fail, I want to do something. If job success, then I want to do something. If job build, I want to do something. If I job success, maybe my project will load to the production environment. If my job fail, I want to contact to my mail or to my department and they can do some other things. So that is called, guys, controlling your job or managing your job or managing the exceptions or exception handling or job handling, whatever you say, it's same thing. So we have post block conditions, very interesting, very important. Here, what can we do? We are running this job. If this job fail, so if this job success, then in the post, after all the stages, we call this keyword success and they will run this part. Okay. By chance this job fail, so we notify the post keyword is fail, so we will run failure block and they will run this part. Here we can write the mail function, they will send the mail. Okay. But if your job unstable, and so normally, guys, when you test something in the job, while testing after 10 tests, 8 tests passed, 2 is not passed. So job is not SS fail, SS not complete success. There is normally known as unstable job. In this case, I will pass this to keyword unstable, and here I can I can send my report to my team, or I can send the mail to the other team that my job is unstable. Okay, but in all the cases, either my job fail, pass, doesn't matter. In all the cases, I always want to run this line. It's called always keyword. This will always run. So you have some requirement, you want to send mail to a department that my job is started. In any of the cases, you want to send the mail, right? It's called always. So it's very important concept, important in managing multiple things, right? So let me show you. Paste, save. What happened? Save. Okay. When I build, then this is useful. By the meantime, they are running, even though they run. In my case, okay, my build is successful, always run, and successful also run. But by chance, if a job fail, let me intentionally fail this job. Let's say I'm failing the job by writing the wrong steps. Okay, my job will fail because we have a wrong step. Okay, thing is not working. Maybe we were testing, something failed. So in this case, okay, your post action always runs here. They always run. And in the post action, okay, your job fail, they will go to fail part. Okay, always run, but fail part they run. Okay, and this, guys, this part we can add into our end-to-end pipeline. Okay, end-to-end pipeline over here in our pipeline. Okay, so let me go to our one of main pipeline where it is. Okay, I go to my GitHub. Where it is. I'll go to my GitHub. Let me start. And in our GitHub, guys, this is the code we have created, right? In this code, I go to Jenkins file, right? And in the Jenkins file, I will write into the last. Okay, inside in the last, we can write this. We can write this. Okay, and here, if due to some testing is going on or something fail, this line will return, or this line will sorry. And here, guys, we can write the mail function. Okay, and then mail function will mail to somebody that my job failed. For example, how to write the mail function. So let me show you. If you want to write the mail function, so the pipeline syntax. Okay, we have the mail step available. Email something. Okay, so mail stage. Again, I say I want to contact to my team. Let's say my team is at support@linuxworldindia.com, CCBC, support, job, and to and field. Okay, and the body part, I check this something. Okay, and some more advanced thing you can do from to you can write. You don't write from, then can we have own internal email ID? They will send from this. That's what guys think created. Okay, and this is the mail you can write. So I can write multiple stages. This stage we can write. So job field, they will send the mail. Even though guys here subject is we have fixed it, right? But this subject we can take from environment available. So we can set a proper curated subject. And we can say this job with this name, with ID, from this URL, with this job ID, this field. So everything I will set in my subject. How we can set it? That you guys know how to pick the environmental variable. From there, you can write this part. Okay, this part. So this is how we can do here. So let's say intentionally, let's make this job fail. Okay, let's say this job fail, and right now, let me change my email ID also. Let's try to send to VDAGA is my official ID. Let me send here. Right now, this mail function will run, but it won't send the mail because I have to set some Jenkins mail settings. Okay, I have to connect to my mail server. But let's see how it works. So even though let me try to make my job fail. So how I'm failing my job? Again, same step, guys. In my testing part, if I run my command, copy this one without retry. Let me comment these lines. So this line will fail, test will fail, and because test failed, the job fail, and job fail, then you'll see this will. So I change somewhere in my GitHub. Okay, GitHub, and guys, we change in the GitHub, automatically the job run because we set the trigger already. And what you see, your job will fail. Will fail very quickly. There's some other reason. Because there's some syntax error in the pipeline. I don't know what part I write the wrong in the pipeline. Pipeline started. 1 minute. I don't know which part I write the wrong. 1 minute. A lot of tabs opened. Post. Maybe there's also some curly braces. So the better way to check this syntax is just directly run in our console. Right? So I'll check this from here. Let me disable the triggers. Directly write my code here so you can check very quickly. This code, most probably this may be because of apply, save, and run. So this is the idea, guys. You can check it the issues, but this is the idea of the post build. Let me check one more time. My code pipeline started, stage started, and then this. Oh, sorry, I add one more time pipeline, right? This is what the causing the error. So let me remove this part. Pipeline we already have. I think there's one more unwanted. This part, right? I think this is the reason. Actually, this is the reason I can say. Build. Okay. So it is running, and this build will fail because of retry, and because they fail, they will contact to your respective email ID. Okay. Mail won't send. because in the Jenkins we have to set up some mail settings. How, I'll show you very quickly. Okay, so if you go to Jenkins, inside Jenkins we can do some mail server settings who will send the mail. So go to manage Jenkins, go to configure system. Okay, and in the configure system, if you go down in the last, okay, we have a email notification, right? So one more thing we have here, yeah, email notification. Right here you can send your SMTP server. So wherever your mail server is, you will set it. So Jenkins will use this mail server to send the mail. Job will run, but they need some mail server to send the mail. Those settings you can do here, give the mail server details and other things. You log in a password mail server and it will work for you, right? But now they're still running. In my QATT, they fail. Okay, you guys know the reason why they fail. But if you see here in the Jenkins, okay, so this line causes this will be fail, and because this is fail, so everything has been failed. This has also been skipped. Okay, but you can see this message has been printed. So we detected the fail, and accordingly we say my build failed, and they send the mail. So they send the mail to my email ID. Right now, this mail won't be reached to my email ID. Okay, because I don't have the mail server setting. But if you have any mail server with you, okay, or maybe you can use Gmail mail server also, and then you will see it. This part is successful, but mail won't receive. So set up the Gmail mail servers, and then you will see for other mail server they will send the mail for you. Okay, so that is the guys for it. So having this kind of management of your plan, right? You can create multiple powerful plans. If something failed, do this. Something failed, do this. Something like this we can do. Right? So let me remove this. Save this. Again, build now. I'm testing this code, so I can upload my right code in my GitHub, so it will be available for you. Okay. So that is always one thing. Okay. One more thing, maybe I want to share with you as a for knowledge perspective. Maybe let me check if it's available here. So you go to available plugin, and there's a plugin called Parameter, which is available in this version. Otherwise, I will skip. So this, I just want to tell you one thing. There's one parameterized related plugin. You can get the exact name, right? Just giving as an information perspective. Mostly we will do everything from the pipeline as a code. Okay, but if you want to create a job, just directly job and connect the job the way I show you in my last classes, upstream and downstream. And if you want to send one parameter from one job to other job, so we have one plugin here. Maybe I can parameterize remote trigger plugin, something like this. This plugin give a capability, okay, to send the value from one job to other job. If you pipeline a code, we have no requirement. But if you're creating only a respective job, then sending the parameter or variable from one job to other job, this is one plugin. I think this is a parameterized remote plugin or something like this. So just search in the Google, you will get this information. I'm just giving you as an idea. Or other way would be, we can create some centralized database or file somewhere. We store from the job that value in that file, and next job we will retrieve the same file and get the data of that variable from there. Okay, this is also the other way that we can do. So if you have any kind of this requirement, you can you can use that kind of plugin, right? So I probably stay waiting. So I think it's good. You finally deploy. So I'm sharing, guys, this code, final code, because I've changed something here in your GitHub. So you can use this code and a lot of changes you can do. I show you multiple different point, what changes you can do here. Okay. So that can also be done. So that's all, guys. I believe hundreds of things cover and touch almost every bit of the Jenkins I cover for you. If you see the agenda, according to me, I've covered more than 150 or 200% of the agenda. And if you see, I think Preeti also have an announcement, all right, for you. But yeah, I will also go for a Q&A, any query you have, and we have some announcement by my team. Okay. But the way I show you guys I told you my first day, I'll just hold for a second, please. So I told you guys in the first day, we'll take this training 100% practical. That's what we have done. But it's more than the practical, because I've touched very, very interesting, powerful, advanced use cases, multiple projects, small to advanced project we have built, and give you a lot of different idea and the use cases where you can also add a lot of things on the top of Jenkins. And now I believe you also understand the power of the Jenkins as a tool. Okay, anything you want to integrate from Ansible, Kubernetes, uh, any testing tool, cloud, Terraform, whatever you want to add, integrate, you can integrate with the Jenkins. But most important thing, you should be great in the pipeline as a code. That was I invest my much time over here. And even though if you want to go for Jenkins certification exam also, almost you're prepared, just practice something. And if you want to go for, then Jenkins has their own certificate exam. You can also appear. You will pass in one go. At what level of preparation we have covered here in this training. Okay, otherwise, I believe by having these kind of use cases, almost anything and everything you can guys solve in the real world. Okay, and I highly recommend those who know machine learning, okay, try to solve their machine learning use cases, even though I'm especially asking my earth learner, especially in the deep learning. We have a neural network, we have a hyperparameter, and we have to tune the hyperparameter. Then tuning the hyperparameter with the help of Jenkins pipeline is so powerful. So we keep on running the pipeline, okay, keep on tuning the parameter and keep on seeing the result in our validation, in our final testing. If it's not good, again run the pipeline with different values and keep on running till the time you will find the better hyperparameter. So this is a very great use case for the machine learning or in MLOps world. Okay, and actually, day before yesterday, I got a mail from one of my student, right? And he says he created one pipeline for machine learning. Okay, even though we have discussed the pipeline in very detail. Okay, that page that student belongs to, I haven't covered the pipeline in that level, right? But he created this pipeline as a code with machine learning, and day before yesterday, I received the message from him, and also he posted in the LinkedIn also that based on this particular idea, he's just a student. Based on this particular idea, he got selected in GSOC, Google Summer of Code. This is again one of the great dream for mostly all the technical students. Okay, so even though we have done far much than this, what he is selected for, so I want to congrats this guy. But at the same time, having this kind of idea plus execute plus share it publicly, put in LinkedIn, put in GitHub, okay, share yourself, showcase yourself in the real world will give you a lot of chances. Okay, because you guys know and we know you know this thing, right? But the world doesn't know. So you have to create a lot of projects, put it publicly, expose yourself to public one, then you'll see guys what kind of result in the job, profile, getting the right projects, right job roles, it will give you a lot of values in your projects, right? So that's all. I think Preeti, you have some announcement.
Yes, Vimal sir, I do have an announcement. First and foremost, before I proceed further with the Jenkins training certificate process, today we are planning to have a kind of not a selfie, but a click with Vimal sir for all the participants out here. So I'm giving you all 2 minutes. You all can, in case if you are not in the right state to come on the camera, you all can just fix yourself. And we are going to allow everyone to start your camera and have a smiling face so that we all can capture you all with Vimal sir and, a happy memory to be there with us, with all the Jenkins learners. So giving you just 2 minutes before I announce further, and I'll be allowing every one of you all to switch on your cameras, which I have already done. So the ones who are ready can start switching on their cameras, and soon even Vimal sir will switch on the camera so that you all can have a nice selfie with Vimal sir, a photo to be clicked with him, a happy smiling face with all the learners who have learned Jenkins with Vimal. It's absolutely okay with whatever backgrounds you all are in. We all are at our own home space is ours. So be comfortable in whatever photographs or however you are looking. It's absolutely okay. It's just that we need to have a smiling face when I say, cheese, so that I have a smiling click of everyone around. So it's a humble request to each one of you all, please quickly switch on your cameras. Giving another 2 more minutes because I think even Vimal sir would be switching on his camera.
Even though Preeti, I was not in great state, you quickly announced. I have no idea. So I'm so sorry.
No worries. It's absolutely okay, Vimal sir. Just
okay,
to see you was everybody's wish. Everybody was telling us that if Vimal sir can just come on camera, it would be great to see him. Right. So it's again, I'm just waiting for another a minute or so that everybody can come, and I'll change the view wherein we have everybody on the same screen, so that we can capture this. I'm requesting every one of you all quickly. Please switch on your cameras. To have a photograph with your mentor will always be a great memory. I'm sure you all can relate with that because, whenever you'll grow in the near future and you just see this image and see, oh, wow, we did this Jenkins training with Vimal sir and today where we are. So yeah, if you all can do that, please quickly.
No, I can see to whom I've been giving the training. Right? The virtual world, I know I can see the difference in the virtual real world, right?
Yes.
Exist in the real world from last, I think 17 years, right? And last 3 years in the virtual world is a big difference.
So I have my team. I hope my team is taking care of the same. So if my team can just click these, I have made a grid view with all of them on the same screen. So if you all can please click the images, please have, so tease everyone with a smile on their face. And so that we have a nice click. You all can, if you want to have, whatever you want to make as a face, or your hand gesture, whatever, you all are free to do that so that we all know the kind of feeling you all have towards this training is what I'm looking for. Amazing. I can see many thumbs up. I can see many highs to Vimal sir, many thumbs up, smiling faces. Superb. There are many V's also. It is like, yes. Ravi Malviya, I like the way you are doing it. I love it. The smile and the way you're doing it. It's nice. Thank you so much, Sagar, Naveen, everyone. Thank you so much, Ramesh. Thank you so much, Ashay. So thanks everyone for giving this to us. I hope my team has captured everything. Let me just confirm with them.
Ramesh, you always have a lot of questions, right? And now I can see you. Who are you? But nice. You always ask great questions.
Just give me a second. Vimal sir, if you don't mind, can you as well take a screenshot on your screen, if you don't mind, so that my team, in case if, with all the screens scrolling, yeah.
1 minute.
Sure, thank you so much. With your face on the front, otherwise you'll be looking down when you are doing this, Vimal sir.
Okay, 1 minute.
A smile on the face and then please.
1 minute, please. So I'm putting in the Google Drive, baby. So let's see.
You've already done that, sir? Have you already clicked all?
I clicked.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much, sir, for all the screens till the last.
Wow.
Can you give me 5 minutes, please?
No, it's okay, Chandrasekhar. Vimal sir just managed it. I knew I could read your message, so I asked Vimal sir to do it. No worries, Chandrasekhar. Vimal sir has done it.
Actually, I put in the today's document of the Google Drive.
Oh, wow, that's amazing. That would be kind of a memory for all of them. Thank you so much, each one of you all, for switching on your cameras, and thank you so much for showing your gesture towards us. Blessed to have students like you all on this journey, of mastering Jenkins under the guidance of none other than the world record holder, Mr. Vimal Daga. At the same time, the certificate process tomorrow, with the screenshots of these happy faces, it will be there with our process. So we'll be circulating the process for the certificates tomorrow, and please fulfill the same. And it will take 7 working days for you all to receive the certificate in your inbox. We are running courses back to back. So even my previous training certificates are still, it's under process. So please spare with, another 7-10 days for my team to manage everything, because in every program we have ample of numbers, to be managed. So thank you so much. I hope you all are familiar with the process of your community access. Very soon I'll be sharing the community access as well. Your portal access is there where all these sessions are uploaded, and you all can just revise your videos or whatever you have missed or whenever you're willing to. And whatever Vimal sir was teaching was anyways there in the portal to give a revision and everything. That's it from my side, Vimal sir. In case if you have something, if anybody would like to share their feedback in the chat, you can feel free. In case if someone wants to unmute yourself and say something to Vimal sir, I'm sure, unlikely, I'm not expecting any technical question, but yes, if someone is willing to just unmute and just say any experience of yours about this Jenkins training, I would love to hear that. I have given you the power to unmute yourself. So, but yeah, I'm expecting one by one. So yeah, Pritesh, you have just raised your hand, but I would expect you to come on the camera and then ask a question.
Chandra Mohan, I want to say hi to your kid. Who's there in your lab.
Thank you. Soon she will be your student. I hope.
We would love to have him as our student as well.
Thank you, because I'm also your student now, so I love to make my daughters be a student to you. Thank you, and you are so great in teaching and making this training has a very fruitful one. I'm so grateful to you, grateful to your teams. I'm so happy to make my learning with you. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Guru. Thank you very much, the team behind you. So I'm so happy till I continue all the courses with you to refresh and to learn more. So I'm so privileged to be a student of this community and of Vimal Daga. Thank you very much. Thank you, Preeti. Thank you, all the persons who are working behind the screen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chandra Mohan. I'm sure you're a part of my Terraform training as well. So would be glad to see you there as well. Thank you so much. I think Pritesh, you just raised your hand. Please proceed ahead, Pritesh.
Pleasure to learn from you. You are our main goal we want to reach.
Pritesh, you need to be a bit louder. We are not able to hear you. A bit louder, please.
It's a great pleasure learning with you, you guys, and it's a very helpful. We are looking into after 5 years or 10 years. We are looking like we want to look like our goal will be reach you that level. We are looking at that level. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Pritesh. I think Naveen, you just raised your hand, and then after Naveen, I think it will be Santosh.
For Duranta, this is your birthday. You send the message. Happy birthday from my side. Enjoy your day fullest, your entire life. A lot of wishes. Enjoy your day fullest. Thank you. Hey, please, who is the next?
Naveen, Mr. Naveen Reddy.
Hi, sir. It was very nice. I was part of all the trainings from the last 1.5 years. I was into Kubernetes, AWS, Jenkins, and also enrolled for Terraform. And I have 9 years of experience in QA. Now I cracked the interview in DevOps for Apple. Yesterday only I got an offer actually. Thank you so much.
Oh, that's very nice. Great. Congrats.
And And in fact, I'm trying to reach out to your team for suggestions, whether I should accept the offer or not. I'm trying to reach out to Preeti ma'am, and I'll take the guidance.
Surely, Naveen. Surely. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Naveen. I very well know you are in touch with Neha as well. And, you know, my team is trying to be in touch with you. And so she definitely has shared this message to me as well. So congratulations. We'll definitely have a word whether, you know, you should take it up or not. It depends upon many aspects. But yeah, definitely Apple seems to be a great organization. I'm sure if I ask many others, they would have just raised their hand and said, yes, we would like to take up this opportunity. So thank you so much. Over to you, Santosh. Please.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Naveen. Have a great day. Thank you.
Hi sir, I am Santosh. I am not from this DevOps background. I am into the middleware, but after joining your course and all, I'm feeling that even I can clear the DevOps interview now. So I'm really happy, and I'm very lucky that I'm getting the chances to learn all the new things from you. So yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Great, Santosh. Great to have you here.
Thank you so much, Santosh. Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to communicate something to Vimal sir or to others who are there in this team? I think Sagar, you just unmuted yourself. Yes, please, Sagar, go ahead, please.
First of all, thanks, Vimal sir, for I never know that Jenkins can offer these many things. I am a new user of Jenkins. I got to Google some of the things about Jenkins and its use for CI and CD. But the real practical examples and use cases and all the scenarios which you took, definitely I got to learn a lot of many new things with the help of this training. I definitely like to enroll for the future trainings. Upcoming one, I guess, is for Terraform, and that will definitely help me in my DevOps journey. Thanks, appreciate it, sir.
Thank you, Sagar, very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sagar. Is there anyone else? Alok?
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Hello, Vimal sir. Thank you for the awesome session. It's a fully charged session. Oh. And I'm thinking, how can I cover up all these trainings? I mean, practice all this training. So I have one question, sir. As we all have seen that how fast you are in doing all these practicals. So I'm from database field, I'm database administration. So now I'm trying to get into AWS or DevOps. So what is the fund of getting proficient in practical part? I mean, doing all these DevOps practicals, because I'm not working in that field. So I can only practice in my spare times.
I suggest, Amit, whatever field you are in, right? Try to observe just try to observe what you're doing in your database, for example, Oracle or whatever database field you are in, right? And whenever you're doing something, maybe manually, for example, you're creating a schema, you're doing something, Oracle file in Oracle, you're doing some migration. Just try to observe very clearly or very deeply and try to think, how can I do the same process automatically? And then you try to use some script or Ansible or Jenkins to do it. So don't, pressurize in the way that I have to go for Jenkins, rather than whatever environment you guys in, maybe in QA, maybe in databases, or maybe in the cloud world, try to see and all the steps, whatever you are doing till date, try to migrate in the way that's called automation, right? I think that will slowly you will rise, and after some month or a week or a year, you see you yourself naturally organize your processes into the automated world. Right? So that will naturally come. That was one quick suggestion I can give to you. Okay. Otherwise, if you are in the DevOps field, it will always you have to do everyday automation. That's a different point. Okay, that's what I can suggest you right now.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Amit. Over to Alok, Rahul, and then to Ashi, and then to Gyan. So quickly, so that in next 5 minutes we wrap it up, because we are any which ways beyond our timing for now. So yeah, Alok, Rahul, and then Ashi Sharma, and then Gyan.
Good evening, Vimal sir. I just wanted to say that how thankful I am, because I have told many times this, but I will again at a risk of repeating myself. that I started working in with the DevOps in 2018, and I started learning different technologies that we have, even Kubernetes, AWS. But there was a lot of confusion around it when I was working till 2020. But when I came in contact with you in August 2022, the kind of stability in the learning has happened, and the way the flow has happened itself in 1 year, the graph, it has gone very high. And it is just not the content I'm talking about, the way you deliver the training, the stability that you bring in the training. I think that impact is totally different. So thank you so much for that, Vimal sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alok. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Alok. Rahul. Yes, Arshi.
Yeah, good evening, sir, and good evening, ma'am. First of all, I thank you so much, sir. Even today, I am something nice just because of you. I learned each and everything from you. Very first, from Earth 1.0, I joined you and I learned the technology. And today I am here that I am selected as a DevOps training engineer in a startup, and more to learn, more to grow up. And it's just because of you. And thank you so much, sir.
I'm very proud always with all of my Earth learner, either one or two. It's a different process we are following in Earth, right? So very proud and always feel great to talk to any of the Earth learners. So
yeah, sir. Especially the people say how you know the technologies and how you implement very easily.
yeah. That's what one of the idea behind Earth, right?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
The world will recognize the way we are building the base for Earth learner, right? You see, we have just started, right? But the most demanded personality in any of the form, either be it a personality or it could be a technical personality, would be always the Earth students. That I can give the guarantee. We just started. Now we're getting a lot of demand from the industry for the Earth learner. But after you grow in the industry and the way you're trying to showcase your skills in the industry, after some year you will see the demand of the Earth learner will become like it will be exponential, and you will always get you will negotiate the way you want to negotiate.
Exactly, sir. Exactly. Thank you so much.
Great, Ashi. Thank you so much. Vimal sir, it's very rightly said that in this world, when we made Earth the school of technologies, which is a combination of technologies, that none of the product or even an individual cannot be complete without having a knowledge of all the technologies and understanding all of them and integrating all of them, which is our uniqueness. So thank you so much, Vimal sir, for being a mentor for all my Earth learners, giving them what they don't even think about on their plate with your experience into so many industries, so many companies, so many domains, by sparing out your day in and out for doing something exclusive specifically for the Earth learners. I definitely know the kind of special space you have for them. He has it for all the learners, but yes, for Earth learners, he has a very special space, in his complete programs and all of the things. Thank you so much, Vimal sir, for who you are and for being the way as a mentor, a guru, a friend, of whichever manner you have been for all the Earth learners. Thank you so much. Over to you, Gyan. And then from Gyan, it is Ramesh. From Ramesh, it is Himalay, and then Vinay. And then I'll be wrapping it up because, I'm expecting no technical questions, please. That's it. Thank you so much. Over to you, Gyan, please. Yes.
I think Gyan is to you, right? Over to you.
Gyan, yeah, it's over to you. We cannot hear you if you're saying something. You need to fix something, Gyan, because we cannot hear you. No worries, by the time Gyan fixes it. Yeah, now I think you're connecting to the audio. Gyan, I think now you can just unmute. Okay, by the time Ramesh, if you can please unmute and proceed, by the time Gyan is just fixing it up.
Can you hear me all?
Yes,
yes, we can, yes.
So I will just try to take the privilege to thank Vimal Daga sir and Preeti ma'am. So just to brief himself, I have 18 years of experience, and I have been into IT, I think almost 18 years, and I've been learning a number of technologies and currently working on Microsoft stacks. But like from last, I think 1.5 months, I've just got a reference of Vimal Daga sir through social media, and I've tried to interact with him. And I've done all the courses, means like whatever I'm going through it. The only thing which I would like to highlight is like currently I'm in UK. I just came last week, and the things which sir is teaching, that has been implemented in my project. So I was not knowing like what means, like since we are working as a team, means like there are a number of team working in different countries. So we don't know like what all things people have developed. But when we try to integrate, like for example, Jenkins, so now I can relate like how Jenkins is working. So I would like to thank Vimal sir for that. And one more thing I would like to share is like, because of this training, I have enrolled my daughter also, who is doing her second year engineering. So I'm like to thanks Vimal sir for that. And she's happy with the training she has undergone, like about the AWS, and I think GitHub also she has done. So only thing what I feel is like, I think the Earth 2.0 is currently going on. I don't know when sir will introduce the new Earth 3.0, so that I would like to enroll my daughter as a part of your team, sir. And apart from that, I'm learning a number of technologies because I'm into architect field. So I try to connect all the things which you are learning in my current application. So really thankful for you. And with this, I'm able to grow myself and able to speak with a number of clients over here, because in the UK, we have a all Brit client over here. So I'm able to represent not only me I can say that I can represent you also as a part of my guru with them. So thank you very much, sir.
That's nice, very great feedback. And Ramesh, the best feedback is, as a parent, if you think something, right, and you ask your kid to join, that's always the great feedback, right?
Yeah, and I have my son also who is in class 8. So I think he's also having a Python. So I have enrolled for him also the Python. Let's see how he's going to catch up. I don't know.
Now he will start Python, sir.
Even my kid, she's just in 3rd or 4th class, right? She know Python. Her name is Kavya. So she normally open her in my laptop and open the Python prompt and start doing some basic string operations and something like this. So yeah, it is compulsory nowadays to know Python.
Yeah, and one more thing I would like to highlight, sir, like with the quantum computing, I have attended that. You have brought my memory back to my school, is like where we have learned a number of algebraic things and engineering, all the physics, because we thought like I have done engineering from different field, but I shifted to computer science. So I thought like what I have utilized from my learning engineering, which I have done, but now it's a two sense which you have helped me to recollect the matrices, algebraic things. So thank you for that also.
You was there in quantum also?
Yeah. And I've attended the summit.
Right?
Yeah. And only thing is like I've attended the summit also virtually, right. But it was like too hectic, means like it was starting from morning and going on. In between, I have to balance my work also. So it was a good, but I would like if you can just guide us, like what should be the future of computing, means quantum, where we should go, because in the summit, what I felt is like people are saying that it will take 5-10 years to mature, but I don't know, means like where we take it, if you can plan it as a career wise also.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for that.
Nice.
I think Gyan, now we can hear you. So if you can please proceed. Yeah.
Yeah, first of all, thank you so much. Wonderful and super, sir. Awesome. It is training. I enjoyed training like start to end. Really, it is awesome, sir. And currently, I'm having the 10+ year experience. I worked at different premium institute also. That is one of the IISc, Indian Institute of Science. And also my mentor was the APJ Abdul Kalam also. So it is really awesome, sir. Whatever you have energetic, really, it is, I'm really appreciated for you, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for your time also, and whatever you are giving us. So same thing we are implementing our organization also. So thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Really, it is awesome, sir. Whatever I enjoyed like training, like from start and end. I'm not feeling any bore for this training also. Look like I'm learning new technology every second also, I can say. Every bit of second, I can say. That I have enjoyed like this training. I don't want to, actually I want to continue all the training. I don't want to feel, if I'm losing also the means next any training, look like I'm feeling I'm not learning. That is feel like it is happening in my inside also.
Amazing, Gyan. This can be one of the best feedbacks which I could have got, that if you want to enroll for all the programs, and if you don't learn, that means you are missing out. Learning is something.
Yeah, because it look like I'm feeling like I'm losing in the life. It is like that.
Thank you so much.
You know what is going on, Gyan, always this, I don't know if it's there in my nature. it's not today. From last 20 years, I am delivering my training in such a way that I always feel in a 5 minute, if I'm not giving any wow factor, it means I am not providing the right training. Every 5 minutes, 10 minutes, I have to give some wow unique factor to someone, because for me, money is not important. For me, the value of time is always important, right? We have a
But
limit.
I have seen, sir, when if you stuck also, it will not take time. Within second we can resolve this. That I have seen that. If I go for other training also, I have attended so many training in my organization also. They will stuck, then will divert to other one. But you are within the second, I can say that we resolve this, sir. So much, and with confidence, sir. I have seen a lot of confidence with you, sir. That I don't know how it came, sir. That is really amazing, sir. I'm really wonderful, sir. That is so. Thanks, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Over to you, Himalay, and then over to you, Vinay, and then I close the session. So yeah, please.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. You are audible.
Hello, Vimal sir. Actually, I'm not able what's going on. I'm nervous also. Yes, sir. Can I speak in Hindi? For both the
बिल्कुल आप हिंदी में बोल सकते हो.
Yes, sir. Sir, at least मुझे 2 साल लगे आपसे perfectly clear to clear interaction होने में. I was your student since 2020. मुझे सिर्फ Java language आती थी, but सिर्फ 2020 and 2021 में I was doing DevOps completely, machine learning and all. So पहली बार ऐसा interaction हुआ है. मैंने 100 days of session में भी raise किए थे, and somehow I haven't made it. And also in ASP 2.2, there too I haven't made it. This was the first time that I'm interacting with like this in a virtual way. So it's extremely beautiful feeling. So I have few questions and all. हमारे पास बहुत सारे टूल्स की नॉलेज है, फॉर एग्जांपल डेवऑप्स की भी बहुत सी नॉलेज है, बट सर सारे पॉइंट्स को कंसेप्ट को मेमोराइज करना प्लस हर एक टूल की जो टर्मिनोलॉजीज हैं उनको मेमोराइज करना एंड उनकी प्रैक्टिकल नॉलेज, सर ये थोड़ा कंफ्यूजन पार्ट हो रहा है. सर ये एक चीज.
Himalay, I always say in my art classes also, don't try to memorize. It is one of the worst way to learn anything. Don't try to memorize. Just use it.
But sir, yeah, but sir, थोड़े टाइम के बाद फिर चीजें थोड़े मेमोराइज नहीं कर पाते.
Google Doc, document, refer it, use it, refer it, use it. It will naturally come in your flow. And after some time, you realize I know all those things. Anytime, for example, if you talk about me, I don't memorize anything. If you ask me to start some technology, I can start very quickly. Right? Even though my memory is better than you, you might have better memory than me. I can give the guarantee. But even though I memorize everything, I know everything, I can start any technology right now because I use it. More and more use with different angle, different way you integrate, right? Automatically set in your context. Okay, so memorizing is the worst tool given in our education system only. You know, ratification.
Correct.
It's a bad thing. Don't memorize. You feel sometimes I forgot the thing. Doesn't matter, right? We have the books and documents. When you try to solve any real use case in industry, they won't ask you, don't open the book. Right? Book is there in front of you, right? Google is there in the front of you. You should know how to solve it. So don't try to stress your mind. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Okay. More you impact in 100 different angles also in health also, right? Don't do this.
Okay, thank you, sir. And also previously only in the 2021, I got a placement in Tata Consulting Service as an assistant system engineer training. But thinking to move to DevOps field, struggling with that. Also a few things that I have seen in my project regarding Tata Consulting Service. There we have a Bamboo instead of Jenkins. In Bamboo they use build and deploy and spec. So and we don't configure a whole pipeline and all. So we only have to build the build script. We have to write the build script and we deploy script. How that is different from this Jenkins and all? He only mentions the different environment. That's it. You don't have to build the pipeline from scratch. How to do that?
Yeah, I'm not able to get your.
So, sir, the question is, what's the difference? So, in Bamboo, the comparison is between Bamboo and Jenkins. So, I think
Himalay, you can take this query offline. Right?
Yeah, I don't need any technical queries here, please.
Oh, okay, sure.
Thank you, sir.
I can give the answer, right? But you can also search the difference also in Google. Nothing very technical, but you definitely ask me offline or put in the Q&A. My team will contact, or in the art class also you can ask. So,
thank you so much. Last but not
the
least.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, Himalay. Vinay, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thanks.
तो विमल सर, सबसे पहले आत्मा नमस्ते.
आत्मा नमस्ते विनय. आत्मा नमस्ते.
और कैसे हो सर आप?
गुड बिल्कुल मस्त.
सर शायद आपको पता हो या ना हो, पर पिछले साल 22 मई को हमने समर प्रोग्राम चालू किया था जिसमें मैं अंडर हुआ था। सबसे पहली बार आपसे मैंने वो कनेक्शन स्टार्ट किया था समर प्रोग्राम पे, और वही दिन है आज 20 में, बस साल चेंज हो गया, 1 साल हो गया है। तो उसी की याद मुझे सुबह से आ रही है। वो जो क्लास आपने स्टार्ट किया था, समर का फर्स्ट सेशन था, मेरी एनर्जी एकदम हाई लेवल पे 100%, जो भी आपने बोला था मुझे अभी भी सब याद है। मैंने उसकी भी नोट्स बनाई थी पहले दिन की भी, मैं आज वो भी पढ़ रहा था, बहुत अच्छा लगा सर। आज भी मैं एकदम एनर्जेटिक फील कर रहा हूँ, मजा आ गया मतलब। लेकर फिर मैंने आपसे समर किया, फिर अर्थ में ज्वाइन हुआ, और सबसे हाँ ये बात मैं भूल गया, आपको सबसे पहले थैंक यू कि अर्थ 2.0 स्टार्ट करने के लिए, क्योंकि जब मैं समर में ज्वाइन हुआ तब मैंने देखा कि कुछ लोग मतलब अर्थ 1 से हैं, उनको तो मतलब अलग ही प्रकार का नॉलेज है उनका। फिर मैंने भी मतलब बोला पता नहीं अब जो भी हुआ वो यूनिवर्स ने क्या किया, पर आपने अच्छा हुआ वो अर्थ 2.0 चालू किया, और उसके लिए थैंक यू वेरी मच। एंड और मतलब नो वर्ड्स, मुझे बहुत एक्साइटमेंट है आज, क्योंकि आज के दिन से मैंने आपसे वो एकदम रियल लाइव क्लासेस आपके ज्वाइन किए थे, मतलब समर वाले। तब से अब मेरे पूरा 1 साल हो गया। अब मैं देखता हूँ कुछ पीछे मुड़ के तो मतलब ये लगता है कि ओ हो ये इतना सारा ग्रोथ मतलब अरे वाह, थैंक यू। और तो बातें होती रहेंगी बाद में वैसे, पर आज का दिन पता नहीं है कोइंसिडेंस है या डेस्टिनी, पर हमारी बात रही आज 22 मई को, ये जो पहले दिन हमने स्टार्ट की थी।
Yeah, right. Summer last year started 22nd year.
Thank you so much, Vinay, and thank you for मेरे को भी एक बार back to the memories लेके जाने के लिए, that we started my summer last year. So this time summer is coming on 14th of June, but yeah, this time summer has a different aspect which is open for all, and we have a lot more by Vimal Daga sir himself into full stack with MERN, with DevOps, a lot of integrations happening around. So great. Thank you so much each one of you all for your journey, for your smooth technical journey of mastering Jenkins under the world record holder Mr. Vimal Daga. Very soon, tomorrow in your groups, we'll be circulating the process for your certificates. The groups will still exist. The groups will not be dismantled, so that you all can chit chat and ask questions to each other, take help from each other in this production environment, and can be with each other throughout this journey. So we are not going to dismantle any of your Jenkins groups as well. It will be into existence. Yeah. Thank you so much, each one of y'all. Have a great day. Have a great Sunday. Enjoy with your family, your friends, prioritize your things. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Vimal sir, for this lovely journey.
One last thing, guys, today's query, whatever you write in your Q&A chat box, my team will write down all of your query and we'll put in our community or in your respective group. So everyone query will be solved, right? Don't worry about this. I'm not taking right now. And that's all from my side. Preeti, anything you have to discuss?
No, that's it, Vimal sir. Thank you so much.
Guys,
sir, someone just wrote that, I think Santosh wrote that my son saying that, Vimal sir, you look like Yash. Yeah, many of them say the same thing to Vimal sir, that he looks like Yash, the hero from the South region. Yeah. So I think Santosh just messaged. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, guys. See you. Take care. All the best.
Vimal sir, just a second. Someone is just mentioning that the Terraform coupon is invalid. Abhishek Tiwari, please get in touch with me. The Terraform coupon is valid. It is working. I think maximum of them have registered from the Jenkins batch. It is valid. Please get in touch with me. I'll definitely help you. Thank you so much. Have a great day. Have a great weekend. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you, Vimal sir. Thank you.
Bye. Take care.
Thank you. Thanks, Vimal sir. Thanks a lot. Bye.
Thank you.